Yo, what's good, everybody? Hope everybody's doing well. So what's today? Today is May 22nd, 2023. And man, this is a good time to be alive. Not only that, but a great time to be paying attention to crypto for real. Appreciate you guys for coming through. It's going to be an exciting, very informational, quality. Not worried about, talking about this and talking about that stuff that doesn't matter. We're all just going to try to get some good stuff, data, information, concepts, ways of thinking, ways to view the crypto market today. So I appreciate y'all more than y'all ever know. Haven't been streaming as frequently, but when I do, I try to make sure I come prepared with everything that's going to help you guys go to where you're trying to go. And I think that's the biggest thing as we realize as life goes, all we're trying to do is say, hey, where do I like to go? And we try to make pace towards going that way. But sometimes either we can get our own way or we don't have what it takes to get to where we're trying to go. So I'm trying to give you guys some things to add to your toolkit today. And yeah, we're going to get there. Let's get it. So who we got? Okay, first in the chat, fire. And that's the goal today. We're going to talk about a lot of fire. The real thing is, have you checked your posts lately? For real. Those folks who ain't paying attention now on posts, going to be regretting it big time in a couple of years. And you are 100% right. Come on. Like, this is a game of first mover advantage. If you guys remember a stream I did a long time ago, which crypto really, that's what, maybe about 4 or 5 months ago, I did a stream about understanding the game. That's one of the concepts that we talked about, first mover advantage. And when you can learn to do that on the right things, the opportunity is irreplaceable, truthfully, right? Who else we got? Wade, my guy, appreciate you for coming through, doing big things, as we all should be, hopefully, right? We're all trying to do something to add value. Let's get it. Karn, let's go. And yes, we will be talking about that ink token incentive. We are going to talk about it today. So before I get started, I really want to try to be candid with y'all. I really love what I do in terms of putting this stuff together for you guys. I really don't have a service. I don't charge anything. I'm just here on YouTube, just speaking from the heart, speaking from the mind, and trying to add value. But one thing that somebody did tell me, they're like, hey man, well, at least you can, they're trying to give me something. I was like, I'm good. He's like, hey, well, at least you can accept some donations. So what I did, if you guys have any value, anything that you get of value from the streams, the work of the body of work that I've done, over the past 4, 5, 6 months, and then what we'll be continuing to do. Because look, we've only done 50 streams. The first 50 piece. Guess what? This is stream number 51. So the second 50 piece is coming, and it's coming hot. So yeah, if y'all appreciate anything, there is a address that you guys can send things to, and it's up to you, right? I believe it accepts Ethereum, it accepts Pulse, it accepts a lot of things, but essentially it's just a way for if you guys want to say, hey, you're grateful. Ain't nothing wrong with hollering at a player, shoot a little something to show your gratefulness. And so I want to spend 10 seconds on that. Let's move on. Now, okay, hey man, look, I appreciate you for real. You guys are what I come and do this for. Like, I really can keep all this stuff to myself, truthfully, but I want to share because I think that's what my place here is to do. But really quick, before we get into it, I want to share a story. And so I think stories really help people prep their minds for how to see things moving forward. And so this story I'm going to actually share about my professional career. If you guys don't know, I played professional sports for quite a long time. I'm now retired. It did me well. And then so I've taken my talents to the crypto industry and other things as well. But I remember the time when I got drafted a while ago, and I go to the team that drafted me. It was a new thing, excited. And I feel like that's how a lot of us feel when we come to crypto. It's like, oh man, we about to make it. It's time to go, right? Ready to work. And so one thing I would say was different in college because I was understanding what was required to be a professional, and then to just be someone who's pretty skillful. Like, for example, college players are pretty skillful, but they're not professionals. Now, what makes a professional, right? Because I think that's what we should all urge to be in whatever we're doing, especially crypto, because professionals are the top 1% of the 1%, right? Not everybody can be a professional. And today in this stream, what my goal is to get us all just that much closer to the professional level. And if we are on that professional level, to up our game even more, right? But anyway, so when I go to this team, I played one position and they were saying, hey, well, we know you can play that, but we want to give you more. We want to give you opportunity, but we need you to learn this and this. So X, Y, and Z. Additional. But I'm just like, man, some of these other guys, they only have to do this, right? So I'm just like, well, my job's harder than theirs, man. Like, they get to focus on just doing one thing, but I have to focus on these other two things. Well, I played 3 positions. And so with that being said, it was kind of hard. It was very hard. Matter of fact, I'm not going to be modest about it. It was extremely hard. What I had to do was change my whole way of thinking and accept that, hey, if I wanted to be exceptional, I had to do more than everybody else. And so that's where I had to gear my first 2 years to learn, was how to do multiple things and excel at multiple things and be okay with that, and not necessarily look at everybody else like, oh man, well, this person has to do this person has to do that. And then so that challenge was rough. But when I started to see the benefits of doing that, it's the only way I live my life now, is being versed in more than just one thing. So in crypto, what does that look like? For example, maybe not just being a guy who only looks at charts and talks about charts. Maybe not being a person who only talks about this, or only being able to get a broad scope, wrangle it, grab it, take it as yours, and then you move forward with more than everybody else because you know what to do from many and many different ways of seeing it is the key. So constant realizations, always seeking. That's what gives you the confidence to act. And then when you act, that's when you know you got something. Now, with this story continuing on, I, was doing solid, but with that being said, I ended up getting traded. And I was like, man, all of this was for nothing, man. I did all this stuff, and I feel like I didn't fully get that opportunity that I wanted. I got some, but I didn't get that full opportunity. I'm like, man, I did all that work, learned 3 positions, and I didn't get the opportunity that I wanted on the team I was on first. And I get traded. That was rough. I'm not gonna lie. But what I didn't know that was behind the corner for me was the opportunity that I had always been wanting from the get-go. But the thing is, I was prepared for it because I go to this new team. they were like, okay, let's just try you out a little bit of something here. And then so I go do a little bit, but then they seen I can do this and that and this and that and other things. It's like, oh wow, this guy is more than what we expected, you know? And then so with that being said, they started giving me immense opportunity, and I started to really cash in on that opportunity, if you know what I'm saying, right? I was able to get a whole new other contract, you know, to me, big money. And I was very happy about that because I was like, finally, the work that I put in paid off. But let me tell you this, if I hadn't had gone through what I gone through at the previous team, if I didn't double down and try to say, you know what, I'm gonna rise to that challenge, if I just stayed average, if I was just like, you know what, man, I'm gonna just be woe is me and just do what's barely required. And you know, I definitely wouldn't have broken the barriers that I needed to on that other team to bring me to the success that I was wanting. And so I share that with you guys because crypto is that opportunity that we're all looking for. But the question is, do you have what it takes to be ready? And then when it's time to act, do you know how to run the play? Not just one way, but multiple ways to get the job done or multiple jobs done. Because that's what's going to set you apart. And that's what this whole stream is going to be about. But also, this is what the whole channel is about. So yeah. Anyway, so now that we move forward, we're gonna talk about a lot. It depends on where you guys want to start. 100% OG PulseChains from the beginning. First mover advantage is key. We'll keep talking about that. But one thing that like when we continue to excavate the information and digest it, and then I relay this to you guys, I find myself with these constant realizations, and the one that keeps hitting me upside the head is like I don't know if people realize, but people don't know that their financial lives and habits have been molded by financial institutions. 100%. We've all been molded in many ways, but when we think about things financially, financial institutions basically said, hey, here's what the options are for most of us, right? And most people only know how to work, pay bills, and consume things, buy stuff. Now, this investing game is something they don't teach you. The financial institutions ain't saying much to you about this. Only the people that have a lot of money, but everyday people, they're not saying nothing about different products, different ways to expand your wealth. No. So we have to go and do that ourselves. And now the best part, which another realization is, we always talk about this, the constant expansion of money supplies. This is what most people are getting slapped in the face by every single day. And if you do nothing, it's done deal. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how many hours you work. And so the biggest thing is like, all right, okay, when we save some money, when we do the right things, what can we do with it? And then so when we have expansion, right? So when we have expansion of that global liquidity, as we call it, we get a chance for rising asset prices, because that's the function of expansion of liquidity. When they make new money, it has to go somewhere, and crypto is a place where it goes. And then so the key realization that I had again, crypto is the beneficiary of secular trends and technology adoption. And the biggest thing is the cyclical trend of global liquidity expansion and contraction. You put both of those together, crypto is the perfect pit stop to expand in the way that it does. And if you've ever been a beneficiary of the gains in crypto, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, stay tuned. It's on the way. If you're here right now, you just got to act and do what you got to do. And trust me, it's on the way. But the biggest thing, core principle, is the basement of currency. And that's why everything, that we have is always going to cost more and more and more. Everything that you want is going to cost more and more. So one other thing that I want to talk about really quick, we're going to get into a lot of charts, post stats, data, all this stuff, right? The biggest thing is, now, if you want to say, hey, I want to wrangle my finance into my hands, self-sovereignty, right? It's your duty now. And in crypto, which is, in also financial terms, you should be vested into building your knowledge base. This is key. And the knowledge base, 3 main areas that I think I can help with. And I believe that I'm doing a decent job, because we're all gaining this knowledge and moving forward. Portfolio management, right? Huge. Investor psychology and macro trends. Those three combined, you can chip away, learn a little bit of each one. Now you're in the game. Now you can see crypto in a whole other way to give you the real alpha, but really it's the juice. Give you the real juice you need to be better than everybody else, because that's all it is. And then so that's what we're about to be. And so one thing, right, is constant talk about assets and liabilities. Assets are things that we need to be collecting through time. Crypto is a liquid way to where we can get easy access to assets, right? But defining it and defining the purpose of an asset, like why do we even want to get assets in the first place? What's the whole point of it? Why can't we just buy all the stuff that we want right now? Why can't we just do everything that we want to do? What's the whole point of having assets? Well, the thing is, we're facing an inflation enemy, right? The debasement of the currency, but the monetary supply of the circulation of supply that we have, they're just going to expand it. So that is inflating. And that means everything is not going to get easy, or it's going to get harder. And then so we need to basically prepare for harder times today by using some of the capital that we have now for later. And so, assets, currently, like truthfully, assets are the deference of future consumption. When you think about it, right? You're deferring today's money now to be able to consume more in the future. And trust, you're going to need more money in the future, especially when it comes to consumption. And then so the key thing is scarce supply things, quotes assets, they get readjusted in price when you lower the purchasing power of a currency. And the other amplifier, right? Now, the other amplifier of that, QE, is the accelerator of the process of the, or I guess you can say it accelerates the process of the prices going up, just plain and simple, right? Example, 2008, 2020. Trillions of dollars just being pushed into these markets. And so the concepts of Metcalfe's law applies to things like crypto, scarcity and adoption. And we've talked about this over and over. And so, really, when you want to think about that, it's, it can be plotted out through a week or a month to give a trajectory for, an equivalent time period. But all you have to do, Metcalfe's law, super easy. Write this down. Super easy to get a good gauge on it. You can take a look. You take the daily active addresses times the value exchange. And you look at it for the past week, and it'll give you like a soft idea what's going to happen for the next week or two. Do it for a month, it's going to give you an idea what's going to happen for the next month or two. And so these are the things, when you start to learn to look at these things in this way, you have a better knowledge base, a better advantage, multiple things that you've learned compared to everybody else. Now, Reed's law is Metcalfe's law squared, right? Metcalfe's law squared. Now, where do we see this? We've seen it with Bitcoin when it first started, straight up. What do we see it with? We've seen it with AI, all these users very quickly, straight up. And then the most exciting one, while we're all here today, we're seeing it right now with PulseChain. That's what we're experiencing right now, real time. And so all of these laws, they don't deviate. They stand true because they've been documented through time. Even things before Bitcoin, where their adoption is extremely high in the first, 2 to 3 years. And so if it's a good product, mind you. Now, the other thing that we've learned, thank you to Richard Hart, is Hart's law. I'm giving you guys 3 laws to live your financial lives on, because they will save you if you can get it. Hart's law, every pair is bonded by the liquidity. And we're all, hopefully, I'm going to show you guys today, we're all witnessing how this is true. How did Ethereum on Pulse and Ethereum on Ethereum, Hex, let me rephrase that. My bad. How did Hex on Pulse and Hex on Ethereum basically get to the same price? How does that work? He explained it to us, and then it happened. These liquidity pools are more important than anybody realizes, and I'm glad that we finally now see how it plays out in real time. And the more liquidity that's in that pair, guess what? Higher correlation. Something to remember, okay? And so we're going to go through a lot, guys. That was the intro. A lot of things said. Let's get into it. We're going to start with PulseChain first. Cash flow, yes. That's why we buy assets. We need some cash flow, but we got to defer some of this consumption for later. And hey, appreciate that. These are one of the things that I try to do. I've been doing a stream maybe once a month, and now is the time to really hone in and give you guys some quality things here that I think that'll help you. Now, mind you, we're gonna see a lot of different things, but I just want to give you guys the raw information. Do with it what you will. It's up to you. You can say, hey, I'm gonna wipe my butt with this stream, and then go back to watching whatever YouTube that you're watching before me. It is what it is. I'm not gonna take it no type of way because I know what's happening in my bags. Like, I know what's happening in my bags. And so, hey, it's what it is. Now, let's get into it. We're going to start with the bare bones basics. And I think, if you guys are looking at posts right now, there's about 4 sites that you need to have in your back pocket, really truthfully, at all times. And so let me see if I can show you guys this here. All right. So as we proceed, let's get it. So the first one that I would say, it needs to be bookmarked in your browser, postburn.com. Whoever's made this site, hats off to you. Did a great job because it gives us a lot of good information that we need. If you ever need to add any of these coins to your MetaMask, i.e., go ahead and click this box here. You can get access to PulseX straight through here. But, here we're able to look at price and little things like the little notes that they put right there. See right there? 2.24x from sacrifice. Understanding where we started at sacrifice is a key thing. Understanding how far the price went below sacrifice, then as we proceed up, is another key thing too, because that's actually going to be higher because price dips a little bit lower. And we're going to talk about that on day 1 and day 2. If you can get some of that money over through the bridge, you had an opportunity. I believe it was the 17th was the golden opportunity. We're going to talk about that. Did you take advantage? Were you ready? Maybe. But really quickly, just basic information, right? We got 3 zeros and a 2, up 3% as of right now. Market cap 30 bill, and just the burn, right? So thank you to Richard and the Validators. We're going to be talking about what does it take to even be a validator? 32 million posts. That's something to think about because as someone commented, cash flow, potential cash flow. This is the crypto version of cash flow, just like it. You can get that with a rental property, a good rental property, if the numbers are right. This is the opportunity that, it's going to get harder and harder to get those validators because as price goes up, I believe what's like $8,000 to $9,000 for 32 million posts. So some people might start to get priced out. So, hey, if you see an opportunity, you know what it looks like and can you capture it when it's time. I would say being a validator may be a good opportunity for those that want to seek and go that direction. Now we got PulseX coming down a little bit, but PulseX has been outpacing Pulse from the bottom. Ink has been firing off right now. Hex. Now this is Hex on PulseChain up to 2 cents. And so almost full parity. And with that being said, I believe if we go ahead and look at it, right, and this is the best part about it, you can look and say, okay, well, included with EHEX, what's the total price? So everybody that got a copy, don't trip. Like I had so many people hit me up, was like, oh man, Hex is going down before, PulseChain was going out. Oh man, I'm losing all this. Don't trip. Hey, relax. You got all this extra sauce on the PulseChain side. You got a copy. And then so look, we're at about what? Almost 5 cents currently right now. It's not bad. With the whole bull market ahead of us. That's the key. And so several market caps, 15 billion, 53 billion, 16 billion, but collectively, this whole ecosystem, what's that? That's top 5, right? I believe so. If not, it's getting close. And something to think about there. Now, the biggest thing, this thing, PulseX, right here. And I have so much to say about this. I will keep it short, but go look at Top Gun Hexadian streams from way, way long ago when he first started talking about the buy and burn function. This guy is extremely smart. I've watched every one of his videos. If he ever watches this, hey, I gave him a shout out, man. Hopefully, maybe he could hop on stream with me one day. I might have to reach out. But man, when you realize how powerful always having something being bought from a transaction fee and then taken out of supply permanently, and you do that day after day, we're already seeing it, right? As of right now, I'm gonna give you some stats. About $250,000 is being bought and taken out of circulation per day for PulseX. That's a good thing. Now, Ink token. This has all to do with the liquidity pools. I've been in a couple of chats helping people kind of look at liquidity pools and see what makes sense and what doesn't. couple reminders there, and then just hex is hex. Hex has always been hex. But we got the other stats, the bridge. Now the bridge is fully open. Now I know you guys don't think that there was a real problem with the bridge, right? A guy as smart as Richard, you really think that he'd let something like that happen randomly? I think not. But there's a reason why 3 days, really, almost maybe 4, before the bridge really started to unlet. So during those 4 days, what did it do? It allowed people who had Pulse and PulseX be beneficiaries. You guys get to do all the good stuff first for everybody because you believed first. So if you had PulseChain and you sacrificed for PulseChain, you're a winner because you had enough. You had enough PulseChain, PLS, to transact as those gas fees went higher. But another key thing is I'm so grateful because there's a couple of buddies of mine where they didn't sacrifice for PulseChain, but we were all so ready. They had hex. They were stacking their hex up. If you were quick enough, you could have got over there and traded your hex for PLS for not even 2 dang pulse. Not even that. Fractions of a pulse. And then so they were able to get more pulse to be able to now transact further from there. So first mover advantage is for real, y'all. And this is the key to success. And this is good stuff. So right now, what we got on the bridge, we have basically all the money pretty much processed, 98% synced, about 128 mil over a week and a day, I think. And so that's pretty staggering because within a week now, expect this to start to slow down. Initially, going to have an influx of capital, but as quickly as it went to 128 million, if you extrapolate another, I'd say, let's say we extrapolate another 7 days, is it going to be at 260 million? It's probably going to slow down a little bit, right? Because I've been looking over the last 18 to 24 hours, and it has slowed down compared to the previous 4 or 5 days. And so, but that's just a function of, people are now selling in. It's everybody got their jitters out, and now everybody's kind of seeing. They probably have some capital just waiting, because one thing that you can see right away is you can look and see, okay, well, what is the amounts that are in liquidity pools? So you can see all the amount that has been deposited into PulseChain that's in liquidity pools, the percentage. So 73% of the hex that's been deposited is in liquidity pools. But look at these stables, right? All these stables are, what is this, 35%, 33%, and 47%. So all of them are under 50%. That means there's a lot of stuff that is still not liquidity pools ready. And there's a lot of smart people in crypto, but we have to be on the up and up, just a little bit past them. And so a lot of people are ready to probably buy some dip, and we need some more people to capitulate at some point. A lot of these people, and that's the thing, people, once they make, because when you got to understand, if you're a person that sacrificed, let's say 250,000 or $1 million, once we start to get to certain levels, right? Let's say you invested, $500,000 and sack price, and all you need is 10x from there, which is not crazy in crypto. 10x from there, you're $5 million. A lot of people would highly consider, let me go ahead and pull a mill. Let me go ahead and, that's risk management on their part. And we can't blame anybody for dumping. That is, they did what they need to do to be in that position to take that type of profit. So nobody else can get mad. But if you see that and you have something ready, some DAI maybe, DAI seems to be the premier stablecoin on PulseChain. Yeah, you can take advantage of these dips, because going into a bull market, taking advantage of dips are really important, because I would say the biggest thing that what it does is when you are able to not buy local tops, but buy a dip, maybe a 30 to 50% correction, or even more, 50 to 80% correction, for example, on something that is so impulsive as Pulse, right? Then at the same time, the adoption is wickedly fast here. You basically condense your timeline down to get to the profits that you're looking forward to getting to. If you buy local tops, it's just going to extend your time. You're going to get there. It's going to extend you, though, maybe 6 months, a year or 2, give or take. And so being savvy enough to say, hey, have some prudence, allocate where you need to, but then not chasing. Chasing is a rough place to be in, but you don't have to chase if you were ready. So if you sacrifice, kudos to you. Anyways, let's keep going. And so validators, about 4,096 of these validators are anonymous. They help the network stay stable. And then so we've had a 3x on validators with, almost 4,000 more coming. So what does this do? This helps us be more decentralized. And this is actually a good thing for PulseChain. More decentralized than a lot of these other chains that claim decentralization, like Arbitrum and all this other, fake DeFi. But this is actually a good thing. Now you can partake in this. If you can see, so the average balance, 32 million Pulse, $7,000. Not bad. Getting some equipment to be a validator might run you a couple grand. But think about this. We may go in a second. Last time I looked, it's 30% APR, not APY. So knowing the difference between those, go do your Googles. APR is key. But not just for this week or this month, but for this year and the year after and the year after, 5 years from now. Now, the more validators that come in, the lower the APR is going to go. But even if you can, it is rare that you can get an asset in the beginning of its takeoff, in the beginning of its expansion, and get that kind of yield the whole way. It's very rare to get any type of yield in the double digits and it not be extremely risky. And so what reduces risk is being early, right? Being here before a majority of people is what reduces risk. But you get an extra piece of the pie just by helping secure the network. Something to really, really think about. If you're close to this, maybe do some due diligence. Go check out some resources on YouTube to look at how to become a validator. And you can go to, there's some links here at the bottom. Now, this is the thing that I think scared a lot of people when they're seeing, oh man, 2,000 posts for a transaction, 4,000 posts for a transaction. Oh my gosh, I've seen that on Twitter for about, I don't know how long, 3 days. People were tripping out because they just didn't pull out a dang calculator, man. Like, that's all you got to do. How much is 2,000 posts? It's 44 cents. And so, I remember doing some bridges from Ethereum going over to Pulse and just, bridging. That was what, $20, $30? I think my first bridge on that first day that I did, it cost me $50. But I'm glad I did it on the first day. I'll say that. But yeah, 44 cents as of now. Even if we have a multiplier, if this network grows by 10x, right? If the network grows by 10x, think about this math. The network grows by 10x. What does that do? Gas prices maybe goes up by 10x as well, maybe a little bit more. So let's call it $4 or $5 to do a swap. But guess what? Growth of the network by 10x in Metcalfe's law. We might be honing in on 100x on price. That's something to say, hey, you know what? I'm not really tripping out these gas prices right now. Not really tripping. And then so the best part about it is this is home base right here, guys. This has all of the links that you need. And so one thing, really start here. If you have not looked into PulseChain, if you are just maybe getting started, go to PulseChain.com and just read. I can't say enough. Reading is what's going to help you start to conceptualize it. Now from there, it talks about, hey, how do you get money over to PulseChain? So here's the bridge. It's pulseramp.com, or you can click this here. The scan, I believe the scan is still trying to get some things figured out, but for the most part, you just want to kind of check your own address, kind of see some of those transactions. You can go to scan.pulsechain.com. PulseX, boom, this is key. This is going to be the site we're going to venture to next. We're going to take a break and then venture over to PulseChain or PulseX. This should be like the place where you sleep. And when you wake up in the morning, you're checking, you're peeping. Okay, what's new? A little tidbit. The pool for PulseX, right? The farms are open, but the single-sided pool for PulseX still ain't out yet, but it's supposed to be. Guess what? It's on the way. And so what do you think? Maybe placing a premium on your want to get PulseX before the pool opens might be a good idea. Maybe. Who knows? We'll find out. And so, it's pretty cool. Launchpad. So we'll go here really quick since I just talked about the validators, and we'll talk about it. As you can see, about 13,000 validators, 28% APR. That's pretty good APY. And then you accumulate that and compound that year after year. Now we're talking. And it's giving you not a dollar amount, but 28% more Pulse, which is your appreciating asset. So we're not dealing in dollar terms when we're looking at these. That's the huge key thing, which is actually better, truthfully, because there's simple ways to think about this. If you're using the asset to gain you more of an asset. So if you were to look at it like real estate, for example, it would be so nice if you could buy a property and it starts, giving you and or literally starts building you another little property next door without you really having to do much. Just being able to, maintain what you got. Just imagine that. That's exactly what's happening here. You're getting more of the asset. This is what you want. And so, yeah, a lot of reading to do. I encourage you guys to do that if you have some interest. 32 million posts, about what, $7,000. I believe I did see it not too long ago, maybe about like 86 or give or take almost $9,000 for that. It's not going to stay this low for, a year or two from now. Like, that's going to be in the hundreds of thousands to just have one validator. So time is fleeting. Don't need to rush, but maybe hurry and learn about it. I'll say that. And so we have that. Now, the cream of the crop. Let's go here. Really quick before I get into post section, I know I'm gonna spend a little time here. Let me chill out for a little bit. Y'all have any questions thus far? Is all that pretty straightforward? I believe it is. Let's see who else. We got some things, some thoughts. Not financial advice. What you are putting in your LP. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna talk about some LPs here in a second. What I think about them, how to strategize with them. I'll show you guys the ratios and how you want to track to make sure that you're keeping low volatility with your LPs. And if you need to do something with that, set some alerts on Dex Screener just so you can monitor it, right? Because you always want, like, rule number one for LPs, if you don't have time to monitor them like on a weekly basis, not even that sometimes, like sometimes on a every other day basis or a daily basis, I would suggest, LPs are something that, you really need to have time for, truthfully. Word of experience from Phantom, right? 2021, Phantom was a lot of LP. If y'all, knew about it, Tomb, right? Tomb and Phantom. Yeah, a lot of stuff going over there on Phantom in 2021. A lot of things learned from me. And then so that's my one tidbit there. We'll talk about that here in a little bit more. Cool, perfect. Got in on the 17th. If you were able to get, because I believe if I remember, if I were to like check what I was looking at, can you believe to get 32 million pulse at one point on the 17th, it only costs anywhere in between like $1,200 and $2,400. Man, was that an opportunity? I'm telling you. I know what I did with it. And so, yeah, for real, these are some great things that we're talking about here. What else we got? Hex is higher than eHex right now. Yeah, that is true. We're going to look at that. Let's see here. Are stables on PulseChain reliable? So as of right now, that is a question to be foreseen, because stables on any new chain, they're not always going to have the function of being $1 all the time, from what I've seen and what a lot of people have also expressed. And then so, if you're a person that's thinking about taking some thinking about taking some profits early into a stable, you just have to be very, very careful of doing that. And then so for me, I have no invested interest in taking much profit, if any, at all. Now, why? We're right on the cusp of a nice, hefty bull market. Now is not the time to do that, in my personal prognosis for my portfolio. And so I'm just going to talk about, what I see on what I'm going to do. Swerve, I have my PLSX, Pulse, and copied Hex. I sacrificed for both. I haven't traded at all. Not sure if I'm missing the boat or if holding will be okay. My friend, Blue Diesel, holding is the secret sauce. All this other stuff is just little tidbits, but holding is what's going to get you 90% of the reward that you want in the future. So please don't feel like you're missing anything. Get some information. And if you do anything, choose a small amount that's comfortable for you. But the real sauce is just holding, guys. It's really that simple. Holding the right stuff, getting it at a great price compared to the other people that are going to be buying after you. That's the secret sauce. It's really not that hard. But no, you're doing exactly what you need to do. And what's working for you is what's working for you. What do you think about holding Phantom now in comparison to things in the Pulse ecosystem. Phantom is dwarfed in comparison to Pulse when it comes to TVL. Yeah. And then so with that being said, you have to look at your portfolio and say, with my allocation, where am I weighted? Like everything should be a weighting. Um, some people go to the extent to say, hey, 100% is something if you really believe it. I personally have never rocked like that. And then so I know just things that work, even though as of now, because we're making this comparison at the bottom of a bull, or what I'm going to basically call it, and we're going to see here in the charts, in the transition period. We're in the transition period, so we don't have a lot of a lot of new data that's constantly coming in as far as people coming to these networks. Now it's easy to say PulseChain because people have been waiting so long for this. Of course they're going to flock to it right now. And then so I think a really good assessment is to really see where we land in 6 months from now, a year from now, before we say, hey, I'm going to get rid of all my other stuff just so I could double down, triple down, quadruple down on PulseChain. Partly that may be a good idea, but I don't know necessarily if you should just get rid of all the other stuff that you have. And so that's the decision for you to make. Now, Phantom, I do still have my Phantom bags that I haven't touched, and I'm gonna keep them. So that's for me. What else we got here? A lot of good questions, y'all. So Swerve, you two think that we get that 80% dip in the coming weeks for both coins? Assuming that you're talking about PulseX and Pulse. 80%. That one is going to be a hard one to gauge, simply because now if we would have came out above sack price for both, then yeah, I think people would be that much more in profit. And then yes, in the timeline of a month or two, that could easily happen. Now, the fact that we came out well below sack price for PulseX and below sack price for Pulse, and the thing is, if y'all have noticed the way that these charts are looking, we're gonna get into these real quick. The way that these charts are looking, it's a nice, steady, slow grind up. This ain't just like just crazy boom. Now, Ink is doing that, but there's a reason why Ink is doing that. But if you look at Pulse and PulseX, they're just a nice, easy grind up. And that helps people, like, so I guess you can say the investor psychology is nice and chill, but optimistic. It's like, okay, this is cool. People get frantic when it's like, oh, snap, this is up, dang, 3x in 2 days or 4x in like whatever. When things happen very, very quickly, then that's when the dumpage starts to happen. That's some investor psychology. So I like the fact that we're going slow. Now, 80%, I think that may be a tall order. Some of what's going on in macro may have to do a little bit with that, especially with Bitcoin. And so we're going to have to see. But I would say, yeah, you may get that opportunity, but at the same time, you may not. So potentially play both sides. That's what I am doing. I have a bag ready for a little dip, whether it's a 40 or 50 or maybe 80% dip. But also, I feel very good about my bag that I have right now because I did what I needed to do before any dip. And then so, ode to being prepared is the name of the game. What else we got here? Leaf. Yeah, smooth brain, baby. Let's go. All good. Catch you on the replay. Hey, I appreciate you because we were talking on Telegram and, this sparked this stream here. So, hey, shout out to Buddha Boots. Good guy. Okay, thoughts on the ratio trading now that some prices seem to be bouncing out. Hex Pulse was pretty predictable for a bit. Yeah, we'll look at those ratios here in a second. Let's see. Since EHEX seems to be at the bottom of wave second, the high liquidity tied to PulseChain, do you think EHEX could act as an anchor and drag PulseChain prices up? Well, I think if anything's going to be doing the dragging upwards, it's going to be because of Pulse and PulseX, because of the liquidity pools that they have. And we'll go right to that right now. Cool. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, and yeah, man, we have this pool open. It's been open for what, a couple days now, and we'll go look at that ratio as well. So let's go. First, let's go ahead and look to see what PulseX has to offer in terms of information. And then all I'm doing here is just going over the ergonomics of the site. It's very much like Uniswap, but you got your trade, so you could look at some things. And as of right now, what's the thing, right? And then so we almost we're almost halfway there, right? We're almost to 50% because this is the percentage, this decimal, right? If you move it 2 spots to the right, that's 40%. So one PulseX is 46% of Pulse. Almost 2-to-1 ratio here, or 1-to-2 ratio if you want to read from top to bottom. And so that's actually a pretty good thing for PulseX. If you were a person that's sacrificing PulseX and you're just holding PulseX, you're doing good. You're killing it. Now, if you want to rotate some of that PulseX in a PulseChain, yeah, it makes a lot more sense to do that when the valuation for PulseX is on the gain. And so that's what people refer to when they're talking about a ratio trade. But yeah, ratio trading is hairy if you're trying to do large parts of your bag, and they only really add, just a portion, if you do it the right way. But holding is the main key. But you can do a little something good if you do a successful ratio trade. But I would encourage to maybe think about doing that on a longer term time scale. If you are doing that. Now let's talk about this. So we talked about hey, will EHEX go ahead and drag other things up? Basically, how we talked about Hart's law, how when you have liquidity pairs together, things get dragged up together in correlation. All right. And so what we have 61% for PulseX and Pulse, $187 million. And it's pretty cool to see this. This kind of reminds me of DeFi Kingdoms when they had all that guap over there. That was all of maybe for a few months, and then things left. But this is the incentivization of gaining liquidity for the network. And then so Richard Hart has always talked about Pulse being the cornerstone. Everything ends and leads to Pulse. Everything ends and leads to Pulse. And then so the main function of having this pair, even though the APR is less, it's a little bit less volatile, but these are the two coins that are going to drag everything with it in the ecosystem. And so, what I will say is you need to very much watch how you are looking at these, because if you're a person that's saying, hey, I wanted to go for just a high APR, you, my friend, are making a grave mistake. With these coins here, so you have DAI, these stable coins paired with the main ecosystem token, that's a rough place to be in. One, because we don't know if these are even going to be stable at all anyway. Two, then permanent loss is going to be mega vicious here, like mega vicious if you are not watching this daily. And so essentially, yeah, you might be getting some, yield here, but you'll be missing out on all the gains on Pulse. If Pulse starts to take off and you're in that stable coin, it's literally going to be flushing money to that stable coin while Pulse is doing this thing. And you got to factor in, well, how much is this APR? Does it make sense for me to do so? In most cases, no. Unless you're a big time player and you're working on smaller time frames. And then so what I would say is cross this one off, cross the DAI from Ethereum and Pulse off, cross the USDC off. We can talk about these, cross off the USDT and Pulse. Now we have a few more. Now we have Hex from Ethereum and Hex on Pulse. I remember when this pool, it had about, I was looking at it, I remember it was about $1 million, and it's ramped up very quickly, and it's surpassed, because here's the key thing. If you look at this stuff daily, keep track of these numbers. This has surpassed all of these other stablecoin and Pulse LP pools. Now, why is that? Because people understand the value here. And the crazy thing about this, that this APR is going up, because this APR was at 600 earlier today. As more people get into it. I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. Not this one, Hex. Yeah, scratch that. Scratch. This is at 471. It was at about 681, probably earlier today, give or take. And so now this one, I would say something that we need to stop and chat about. Because out of all of these, this is essentially meant to be the same coin. It has the same function on both chains. None of these other pools are the same coin. Pulse and Pulse, that's not the same coin. Obviously, these aren't the same coins, right? Ink and Pulse, not the same coin. Ink and PLSX, not the same coin. And so this is the only pair that offers you like-kind tokenomics, like-kind exposure, like-kind T-shares, XYZ. And so this is something I would say is a little bit safer, but hear that word with a caveat, right? Because anytime that you're joining two coins together, that means you're getting rid of your position that you had in each one and leaving it up to the market to decide what happens. So you're no longer a holder of that coin. You've given it to the pool, and you have, a right to pull it out. But technically, you giving your coins up. So one, understand that about liquidity pools, because once they leave your wallet, they're not in there no more, right? They give you a ticket saying, hey, this is your LP position. Here's your ticket. Bring this ticket back, and we'll give you your coins back. And so that's the key thing. So there is something to that, right? Even though Richard Hart has been proven, and I'll say he's proven to do the right things, just know, but that is something to think about. If you're risk averse, you may say, hey, you know what? I'm just cool, just holding, like, some people have said, because that's where most of your gains are going to come anyway. But if you look at this pool, right, you can earn ink, and ink is doing something. So you got something that's actually going exponential. You're accruing this ink by having a relatively stable pair. Now let me see if I can start pulling some of these charts up. So y'all good on Pulse X, pretty straightforward. The only other tab is what you need to be on the lookout for. Highlight this PLSX pools, right? Stake PLSX and earn other tokens, aka the ink token. When this is ready, you're probably gonna want to take a look, potentially, right? If you have PLSX, if you value PLSX, and something that's even, I guess you can say, a little bit safer than LPing when you have two sides of a pool. If you're just doing single-sided staking, that's a little bit easier process, and you don't have to worry about impermanent loss. And then so we will see what the yield is, but I can guarantee you the yield is going to go down expeditiously when people see that this is open. So being before other people may be a good idea. But with that being said, now as we look at this, one of the things that's pretty important is, what does this do? It's bringing more liquidity. Like it's basically saying, hey, people want to come and get this yield. So what are people going to do? It's going to suck in liquidity. People are going to buy the token. Then the other function is saying, hey, now when you say, hey, you're going to want to be getting some yield, you have to lock these coins up. Now we're taking even more of the circulation out. And then so now we're basically adding to this amplifier of the burn by saying, hey, we're going to lock up even more supply. So we got 48 billion PulseX burn. You mix that with how many PulseX locked up. Do the math, and you could figure out what that'll do to the price. Something to take a look at in the future. And so that's something that we are going to be looking forward to. So we got the farms, we got the pools. The last little tidbit is, which this is the only thing that's really not up to par, which hopefully they get this figured out, is these prices, these tokens, all this information is not what it needs to be. And then so, that's a smaller thing. This has nothing to do with price. We can find that on Dex Screener, but as far as us getting some accurate information, you will not find that here. But it's all good. I have faith that it will be up in no time. Now, let's start looking at some charts. We'll start with the main. So Dex Screener, this is the other site. So first one is postburn.com, then it's postx.com. Third one, dexscreener.com//PulseChain. And this is where you get all the sauce that you need to be able to check out, okay, what's the transactions looking at? What's the volume, right? What are we doing in liquidity between pairs? What's price? This is the main thing, but all these other things give us a little bit of extra information to help us decide on how we're seeing price. And then so something pretty cool. We have some of these things moving around. I always continue to watch some of these pairs move around. Now, PulseX, Wrapped Pulse has always been number one, but Wrapped Bitcoin, it's making an appearance coming up here. But what we'll be looking at today, we'll be looking at PulseX, of course. We'll be looking at Wrapped Pulse, so PLS, with DAI, I guess you can say, with this chart. But this is just the USD versus Pulse. We're looking at the ink token, and we're looking at both the hexes. So we'll be looking at EHEX and HEX and seeing how that ratio is going to kind of tell us what the liquidity pool is doing in the meantime and hopefully in the future. And so let's jump right to it. We're going to go straight to PulseX. Now, a couple things, some ergonomics that I'm kind of, and this is just base TA. We have it on the 1 hour chart. And other things to think about is, as you're looking at this, Nothing ever does what you expect it to do forever. There's always going to be small deviations. So, for example, as you see, we have this rising wedge that, of course, with a lot of rising wedges, things break to the downside. And then so we're going back towards SAC rate. Here, this yellow horizontal line represents the SAC rate of 3001 for PulseX. And so this is the thing. The people who were able to operate anywhere in here, right? And even people who were able to operate on the 19th and the 20th had an opportunity. Now, the question is, will we have another opportunity to drop this low? Like, but because this person here, these group of people, it wasn't many. It wasn't like hundreds of thousands or maybe even tens of thousands. It might have been a couple thousand, maybe 5,000 people that were able to parlay and get some value here this deep. But to now, these people are 7x up on those purchases down there. Now, something to think about is because a lot of people are saying, okay, well, when do we know that we will face some resistance? I would say when people from down here, because there's some people, I went back and checked the transactions. There's some people that were able to get some value and buy a lot of PLSX, a lot. And then so we don't need to evaluate off of just the SAC rate. We need to also basically think about these people, what makes sense for them potentially to take profits. Are these long-term believers, right? And there's something about those round numbers, 100x. There's something about those round numbers, 10x, where people like to do things. It's just like a natural thing, investor psychology. And then so 10x for them, would you look at that? Right here to where we stalled out, and then we started selling. And so this is a natural function of markets. Same thing, right? And because we're going to come back to this chart. So when we get up to that 100x, let's go ahead and move this around a little bit. 100x, that's going to leave us with a price of 2 zeros and a 1. That's another area to think about, what may happen here? And then so if you're a person that's thinking, oh, I need to be allocating so much, liquidity, I need to be buying in, stuffing it in because it's just flying. Those are the times where those pullbacks may start to take place. And like we talked about, being an investor on a pullback is always better than a local top. It expedites your time to get into the game that you want. That's something to really just remember. And then so, these people have 11x while these people have 100x. You see why first mover advantage is key? Because the interesting thing about that is you can use 10x less money and get the gains that you could, get here by using 10x more money. So this is key. Yo, I think we are back. Man, I tell you, this may be the reason why I got to put that donation link out. Yeah, we're live. That way I can get that broadband super speed internet. I think there's a small outage. I think we should be good for now. We got the crew. We still here. Yeah, I think ratio trading is bad for most folks. Nah, we gonna have to crank it back up. Let's see what else we got. Paid for by Binance. Jokes. Okay. Okay. What we got here? Let's see here. Got you. Anything I miss? We're good. All right. Wait. What up? What up? All right, y'all. Hey, appreciate the wait. Life, things happen. But we'll get back into it. Believe I was on PulseX. We go back to that real quick. And we dive back in. So talking about PulseX, and what we'll do, if you guys didn't catch that last bit, all I was mentioning is we have point of control as far as many people were buying in this area here, right above sack rate. Now, these are the people that said, hey, you know what? I did all this waiting and we finally got back up to sack rate. Let me go ahead and exit. And so let them do that. And then the other area where we had the next most amount of volume here is looking to be about four zeros and an 8. And then so that's, a likely area. And that's if we break through this area where we're at currently. And then so that's something to look for. A lot of times we do just bounce right back up, because if we want to take a look, something I noticed on Ink earlier where it was skying and we had a little drawback and we came right back down to the 0.238. And then so we've already broken that just a hair. I don't know if y'all can see that there. We both broke the 236, fib level, and we are advancing down to 382. And so, if you look at it, this is like the golden ratio right here, coming from this low, bouncing off the golden ratio, 0.5, came to the top, and then, coming back to mean reversion here, would pretty much be in line for many market scenarios. And so, that I've seen, this is something that's a little bit more probable. Not saying this is going to happen, but this is something that we can see happening and not be surprised by it if it does. And now these other fib levels to the top, that's where we have left to go. And then once we break this box, then, we'll continue on the trend to, another direction, because we've already broken this here, right? We talked about this rising wedge being broken. And then so we'll start to establish a new transition, I guess you can say, a new trajectory towards higher prices, which, it's all good. No rush. And slow wealth is actually something to really appreciate the more that you realize it. And so that's PulseX. Now we're going to come over here and let's go ahead and talk about Pulse. And so a couple things. So I have the same type of thing going on. As you can see, we've broken out, and we're on the hour chart. We've broken out the rising wedge, point of control up top, just like PulseX. And the thing is, anything above this yellow line is in profit versus the sack price. So that's something that's different between Pulse and PulseX. Pulse has a lot more of its cohort, people who have that token, that are in profit, truthfully, from when they first invested. PulseX, that's a different dynamics. Now, with that being said, this is something that I really want to share. I think let's see here. Okay. Yeah. So we're good. Just checking to make sure that I'm still good, checking the audio, and I think we are good. So this golden day, that's what I'm gonna coin it, because this is going to be something that we may be talking about 2, 3, 4 years from now. The golden day, May 17th. And I mentioned this before. You had the opportunity, 32 million posts costing between $1,200 and $2,400. And that gets you, a validator. And then we're talking about the average yield through time in between 15 and 25%. Now that's real. That's good. So we may have an opportunity like that. We don't know. But one thing I want to show you guys is, okay, now if you want to talk about, hey, how do I see if something is stable on its ratio? This is giving us the USD value, right? Pulse USD. And so we got 3 zeros and a 2. Good spot to be. Now, how do we know that we may want to see something different. I'm actually going to go to the Pulse. I think that's a better representation because that's the ratio that many people are looking at, talking about maybe doing something in regards to that ratio. All I'm going to just give you is how to see it the right way. And then you make the decision on if you want to do something yourself. And so one key thing is to switch price to PLS. Now that's going to change the numbers and it's going to change the chart. And then so this is Surgeon General's warning. If you are not comfortable with moving coins around, please look, learn. Don't feel like you have to do. Typically, in regards to any type of ratio type stuff, there's not a perfect formula, but there's some things to look at. Now, this is PLSX, right? And we have Pulse as the denominator. So this is showing us what is PLSX doing versus Pulse in Pulse terms. And like we talked about before on PulseX, we have 0.46. And so, this is a pretty interesting thing because many people didn't know what PulseX was going to do in comparison to Pulse. I had an inkling just doing the research on that buy and burn function, that Pulse wouldn't take much time to start, getting a rapid effect due to, what it's meant to do. And so if we kind of look at it, we had no volatility here. And then so this is going to kind of give us another little insight also in regards to the liquidity providing farm that offers, an opportunity to get some type of yield for putting PulseX and Pulse into a pair and trying to gain that yield. What was it? I believe it was 40-some%. Now during these times here, it was pretty solid, pretty stable, not much variance between where it was at. And then PulseX decided to run. And then so when you're thinking about liquidity pools, one thing that you'll notice is you have minimal impermanent loss when you see a chart between a pair is just going sideways. That's kind of like that sweet spot. And when we look at EHEX and HEX, we're going to look at that a lot closer. That's a sweet spot because generally, you don't have much volatility that keeps your amount of coins that you have on each side in a relative, same or similar, count or whatever the case may be. And then so the more that this thing starts to have volatility, let's say one starts to break out and go up, then that means same thing. You're losing the price appreciation for the coin that's going up and it's selling you more into the coin that's not going up as high. And then so what happened to a lot of people that are in this ratio over, let's say, since the 23rd. So we got since the 17th and today, which is 22nd. So over the past, 4 to 5 days, they basically, lost a little bit of this PulseX appreciation. And now they have a lot more Pulse. Yeah, great. But was that your intention? And not everybody necessarily has that intention. They're just saying, oh, I just want yields and hoping to get the same amount of coins back. So you're definitely not getting the same amount of PulseX back. Like that PulseX bag is gone. And that's why you have to think about, well, how much of each coin am I putting in? And am I okay with if this coin basically was like, okay, like one thing that you can think about and that can make your decisions easier when it comes to looking at any liquidity pool is saying, am I okay with the price performance of the lowest performing coin in this pair? And if you are, then cool, right? If you think coins are going to appreciate very similarly through the time period of you being in the pool, then okay, cool. But these are all things that you think. You don't know for sure until you just kind of continue to watch every other day or every day. And then so if you're okay with just the price appreciation of Pulse, then sure, get those fees the whole way that you have it. And so let's also talk about, okay, well, what is a unique way to DCA into the market? Now, this is something that I've been doing for some time that's actually helped me because you can also use liquidity pools to DCA into something. And then, so let's say you're a person that only sacrificed for PulseX and you didn't have much Pulse. This would be actually a great thing for you because let's say, okay, I'm going to choose, let's say 20% of my PulseX bag. I'm going to split that 20% in half. So 10% and 10%. Throw them into the liquidity pool. This is actually a good move for you, for example, for your DCA instead of just doing a market buy because you're able to gain that yield and slowly DCA into the Pulse. So basically, the more that this is going up, So as this pair goes up with PulseX, it's DCAing you into Pulse, right? DCAing you, DCAing you, DCAing you every little tick, every little day that it goes up. Okay. And that's a smooth way to earn some fees onto something that you might have been wanting to do anyway. And so this is the DCA approach using liquidity pools. And this is a function as well. And same thing, vice versa. If this starts going down, right, then it's going to start DCAing you back into PulseX. And then so maybe you might say, okay, I maybe like my waiting in Pulse now, and let me exit the liquidity pool for the time being. All of these are decisions up to you, but you got to know how to evaluate those things, and you have to make a plan on what you intend to do first. I think where people get into trouble with liquidity pools is they just like, oh, 1,000% yield. Let me just get that yield because they're thinking in dollar terms. And the tricky part, like real tricky part, is because you come over here and they want to incentivize you to start to do some math, this little calculator, because you're like, okay, and they put it in USD. That's the scary part, because it's like, all right, if I put in $10,000 right now, or actually that's $100,000, what's in a year? If I leave it in here for a whole year, I'm gonna make 83 grand. Oh, easy. I'm gonna just let it sit here for a year. I'm not gonna, and you stop paying attention, but you don't realize that this is a moving target, right? This percentage is gonna change every single day, and that scenario is very, like, it's not likely, borderline, it's never gonna happen, right? If you sat in this pool for a year, maybe in dollar terms you could gain that due to price appreciation, but in terms of just yield, for example, getting that much, because this yield is going to dwindle away at some point. But this is what happens. You get here and you just forget about it. And LPs, you cannot forget about it, especially if you are not okay. Like I said, the caveat, if you are not okay with just taking the worst performing coin out of this pair. We believe both of them are going to perform pretty good, but that's up to you. It's one of those things to where, hey, PulseX might shock you, and PulseX might get who knows, a 500x while Pulse only gets 100x. Did it make sense to be in that pool? I don't know. And that's the risk that you run by being in a pool for getting, hopefully 60, but maybe like an average over the next couple months to a year, maybe 20 to 30%. Who knows? So, that's something to think about when you're looking at these pools. Okay. And so we talked about this. Now, one thing that I think is pretty helpful is to look at momentum. And so we can throw these in Heikinashis. And so the Heikinashis really help you extrapolate the momentum that something has to I guess you can say, a better viewpoint for yourself. To see, hey, well, what is the real trend? Because you will get a few, if you get these on the regular candles, you will see a few red candles, but overwhelmingly is momentum still positive. And then some momentum over the past 3 days has been nothing but positive for PLSX. And so if you're a holder, you're happy. These are all good things for holders. If you're a DCAer and you're saying, hey, I want to DCA into Pulse and gain some fees, you're also happy. It's really just depending on what you're trying to do, and are you executing on what you're trying to do is the thing to ask yourself. And if you don't know how to think about these things, then maybe, talking with somebody who can explain this with specific numbers to you. And here's the thing, guys, I'm free. I don't have the most time in the world, but if you do want to spend some time going through these things specifically, you guys can get in touch with me. I'll say it again at the end. I'm on Telegram, swerve.the-dip. Send a DM. We can set some time aside. And, if I can be of any assistance, I'm going to extend that for the time being until something happens with my schedule where it may not permit me being able to do that. So, earlier is better. I'm telling you all that now, especially while these prices are here. And then, so, my thing is something that I've always had for myself. If I am entering into liquidity pool, I don't care how great the yield is. I'm never really touching more than 20% of my bags here. And so, for example, for me, right, this is something that I, have been doing successfully on a certain portion of my PLSX bag. I was wanting to DCA into Pulse because I wanted more of Pulse. So less market buying, more of this. And I've been able to get these juicy ink, all of this juicy ink yield, and it's been pretty good. And so that's something to think about. So we went over PulseX. We went through the ratio of PulseX and Pulse. We've gone through Pulse. Now let's continue to trek over to ink. So incentive token, and everybody has a different thought process in regards to this token. And so something that I shared with a group of people that I have a personal Telegram with. These are my closest crypto buddies. We were talking about this, and so this is something that I was basically plotting out for us as ink was going up, and it's playing out, right? And then so this is something that I mentioned before in the stream. So this is the USD pair, basically saying, okay, what is the USD value of ink? And we got it all the way up to about $80. And then so this is a successful thing because by accumulating a percentage, right, in yield in ink plus this price appreciation, that's what's made this powerful for people who's participated in the pools. And if you participated since the 17th or even in the 18th, you're in a good spot. Like, because your ink, you at this point in time, let's see if we can move some things around. So let's say you didn't get the exact bottom, but let's say somewhere on the 19th, as things trend up and we kind of condense that down on your ink. So you're getting, whatever LP you're in, you're getting that yield in percentage, but you also have an amplifier of price appreciation for this ink, which at the moment, if we're taking this scenario up 200%, but at its best, right? Some people were able to touch these type of numbers on the screen, 10x, 11x, from this time where it didn't do much. But if you were accumulating, that's something to be happy about. Now, what do you do? What do you do from this point? Now, some thoughts that I've had here. It depends on how you value the ink token. Some people say, hey, Richard's gonna reward people who hold the ink token on a long-term time scale. He may. Typically, I'm going to talk about the typical scenario. The typical scenario for inflation tokens that you get from yield farming. These are coins that have the least psychological value to people because they get it for free, and typically people dump things they get for free. But since this is one being backed by the treasury of Richard Hart, first and foremost, right? A lot of stables holding us, through treasury, but with that same instance, this also has a liquidity pair with Pulse. So there's another thing. So Pulse may actually help this thing hold a little bit better versus if it wasn't in a liquidity pair. So that's something to think about because that's not always the case with an inflation token. And so we know Pulse is the anchor. And then so for me, let's say like, oh man, maybe I want to market buy ink. What are some thoughts that I've had? A couple thoughts that I've had is like, hey, let's go to mean reversion and let's see if we can get back to the golden ratio. I'd like to maybe market buy something in between there. And that would be something interesting to see. Because while we are still early before the general population, we have the hexagons, the pulsicans, the people who know about the ecosystem, we're here. But the rest of the 90% of people, they're not here yet. And then so with that being said, I think people within these communities have a little bit more proclivity to adopt the principles of what Richard Hart has suggested, which is to hold something that may give a value through time if you believe in that certain thing that it is. And then so if you're a believer in a Richard Hart product, this falls under that category, right? And so extrapolating all those ideas to say, there still may be some time here to accumulate this. And before all the other people that may enter the ecosystem just start to say, hey, I just want to dump it, it's free. And then so, yeah, I may consider, buying on a pullback. But one thing that I've noticed here is we come up, we do a fib retracement. If we've just stopped, we've stopped here at the 236, and then so at about $63. And we're gonna see what that looks like. The point of control is much lower. And then so here's the thing that you got to think about. These people down here, like you see these areas now, this is recent. This block of liquidity just really started getting accumulated maybe over the past like 7 or 8 hours, but this wasn't here. But majority of people, man, these people down here, good on you. Like, you did what it takes to solidify one of the best positions that you can have in the ecosystem on the coin that's appreciated the most. Did you know that you're doing that from the get-go? Maybe not, but that's your situation. But these areas here, if you look, are the points where people were able to accumulate this thing. And so what you can do is run the percentage gains that they have and say, hey, psychologically, what would you be thinking if you had that gain? And if you're like, maybe I'd skim a little bit off the top, then most likely that's probably what's going to happen. And then, so yeah, we're going to, kind of tamper here for a little bit. The next area that we may tamper, let's put a price call just so we can all be aware. The next area that if we break $63, maybe $52. But I'm a deep value type of guy. I want that really good value. And so, maybe I'll sit still and wait for $44. And that's just me personally. But a lot of people bow down here. And then so that's a dynamic to pay attention to. But the really interesting thing is volume is rising with this. Volume is rising and it's not letting up. And then so that's actually a pretty cool thing to see, because typically volume is choppy for a inflation token. A lot of the time, if you were to look at some use case, or I guess you can say some case studies from other coins, other ecosystems. And so it's pretty interesting. Let's see if we can find, we're not going to hit Hedron Icosa today, but there's some other things that I'm actually doing there. If someone asks in the chat, I may actually give you some insight on what I'm doing there personally. Let's look at the EHEX and PHEX ratio, and let's talk about that pool there. So we got to track down, and let's see if we see it here. Boom, we got it here. Okay, so the same thing is going to apply. Nope, that's versus wrap pulse. Ooh, let's go here. Where do we have it? No, I don't think it should be this far down. Let's type it in. So let's go on the search. Let's go EHEX. Search it up. Okay, boom. EHEX, hex. All right, cool. And so this is EHEX and hex, but this is not going to give you an accurate depiction of the ratio in terms of, what to think about when it comes to volatility between the pair. It is going to tell you which one's performing stronger, right? And then so there's a time period, if you want to just make a line here, there was a time period where EHEX is, doing this thing versus hex. But then as of, let's call it maybe about a day and a half ago, PHEX has been leading the charge. And so now there's a premium on PHEX. But what you got to do here, same thing, we want to check these ratios for, let's say, okay, is this a safer or better risk adjusted type yield that I'm getting? Switch over to price and hex. And so it's going to change some things up. And then voila, boom, now we have it. Now we got some sauce. So let's break this down. I have this on the 15-minute chart and a couple notes, right? So this is a pool that I am in. And I feel better about being in this pool versus two coins that weren't meant to be like kind, but these are meant to be like kind. And then so what you want to look for is you want to look for a pair to stay as close to one as possible. So one is the midline. This is basically saying, hey, there's no volatility if it's just flat on one. Basically, imagine if you had a stable coin, they just stay at one. All those charts look like they're just horizontal. So that's what you would typically want. You don't want something that looks like this, like how we had in the first few days, just up and down, up and down. That means you got coins rotating back and forth and back and forth. The imp loss on that, it may not be something that you want to go through. And so if you are looking at a liquidity pool and you're saying, okay, I want to stay away from risk, then you got to set some parameters for yourself and you decide those parameters. My personal parameters for this, after doing the math, is I really don't want too much more. And this is me saying, hey, I value both of these equally because I don't know which one's going to get the premium long term. Some people may say, hey, well, PHEX is going to be the thing that everybody's going to want to buy. Well, if that's the case, then this chart's going to continue to go down and go to low lows, right? Some people may say, no, EHEX is going to, be the premium thing. No one knows this thing. And so I'm going to say, hey, I'm not going to choose one in particular. I'd like to get some of these fees because they are meant to be like kind. Now, with that being said, what are my parameters? And then so let's give some scenarios, some examples of what this chart represents. So if it goes to 1.5 or 0.5, that's a 50% in permanent loss. So that means you lose 50% of one of those coins, depending on which direction this goes. So for example,
right? If we go up and this thing we see, because right now it's at, what are we at? We're at 0.88, right? Let's say that we go straight to boom 1.5 from 1. That would be a 50% loss in my PHEX in the coins, and it would be shifted over to give me more in EHEX. But the key thing is I would miss out on the price appreciation of PHEX. And so that's something to think about. So for me, the standards and the areas where I've kind of set where I would say, I would feel comfortable for, I guess you can say a moderate to short term period, give or take how you're looking at it, is if this ratio here stays anywhere in between 0.85 and 1.15. And that's a variance of potentially 15% on either side. I'm okay with that because I'm okay with maybe 15% more PHEX than EHEX that's been added to that bag, or vice versa. I'm okay with those. Now, if we start to see some crazy volatility when we're touching 1.4 or maybe like 0.68 every other day, then this may be a pair that, if you don't want that type of volatility, you want to say, no, I'm good. And then so for me, as long as we're somewhere within this channel between 0.85 and 1.15, I'll stay in this pool. Something that you can do really easy. Set some alerts here. Set an alert here, price alerts. And if it goes out of parameters that you set, then you can do the action that you need to do. Maybe you want to pull liquidity. Maybe you want to, double down. I don't know. Everything is up to you. But this may be a scenario if we start getting really deviated outside of these lines. I may pull liquidity for some time. Check it out. We good? Okay. And if not, I'm going to just, okay, cool. I did what I needed to do in that pool while I need to do it. And that's something that I said for myself. And so knowing when to walk away, knowing when to say, hey, I might want to double down, knowing when to say, hey, do nothing, knowing to say, hey, when to watch and pay attention. These are all things that you're going to have to decide for yourself when it comes to liquidity pools. Because if your intention is like, oh man, I just want the yield and I want to keep, my coins about the same. And let's say PHEX just runs and EHEX doesn't, then, you're going to have a whole bunch of EHEX and you can be like, oh man, what happened? You might have some ink token, right? But it depends on what happens with ink. And does that offset the gain that you would have had if you would have just held them separately and had your PHEX run up with everybody else's who's just holding PHEX? So these are all things. If you guys, I don't have time to go through the math, but same thing. If you want to get with me personally, we can do that. And the math is really easy on to decide if is something worth it or not. Okay, and then so that's that ratio. All right, so we've gone through Pulse. I'm gonna hit you guys with one more thing in regards to Pulse. I'm very happy about it. It's something that I've waited for, and many of us has waited for a long time, but we're just getting started. Put your hard hat on. This is when the journey is gonna actually get a little bit tougher, because when you're in profit, taking profit is a whole nother deal. And always wanting to just grab, like, man, can you just wait until the time to really, really take profits? That's not going to be anytime soon. We still got some headwinds. We've got some things that are going to happen, but some great liquidity factors that show us some promising things here in the future for liquidity to come back to all of these markets. And we get some really, really good prices late 2024, 2025. But real quick, let's hit this real quick. So this is Dune.com. And big shout out to, I believe that's Derek69, pun. But this is giving us some real key information on inflows and outflows on PulseChain. So y'all know me. I'm all about giving the links, giving that sauce, and giving you guys the data. And then so now let's talk about interpreting this to where it can benefit us from looking at these charts. So we can look at things and look at it as a whole. So up top, let's see if we can zoom in here. Let's zoom in right about there. And then so what this is giving us, the total of all the coins that have been deposited in the PulseChain, the deposits and the withdrawals. And then so you can see, boom, day one, a lot of stuff going on, slow down because there's indecision about this bridge, right? The 17th. Then we continue to see people start to really get a little bit more confident. But another factor that's here's another reason why price is slowing down, right? Price was going really good across the ecosystem. But then we start to get a little bit of slowdown here. the 21st. Why? Because now there's enough liquidity into the system to where now it makes sense for people that say, hey, I want out. The slippage is not too crazy to where they can do so and still keep a good amount of their money now, which a lot of these pools starting to fill up. And so now we have people starting to take some profits. But the biggest thing is, okay, we had that. That was yesterday. And we've calmed down on the withdrawals from the system. So what we want to track through time, write this down if you want. Something to pay attention to is we want to say, okay, there's going to be some times where we have a lot of people withdrawing from the ecosystem. But if we can get an average, and there may be a way, somebody pretty smart out there, if you know how to do this, you need to make an average of, we can do, let's say a 1 month EMA of this information here, and that way we can have an oscillator. And then so basically, how do you know if a chain is in bull mode, survival mode, or it's in dead mode? If that oscillator is below the midline or if it goes back above the midline, and how above far that midline is it? Because if it's very far above the midline, then you got a lot of money coming in and retaining within the ecosystem. The adoption is going to lead to higher prices within that ecosystem, right? So as of right now, what do we have in particular that seems to be, kind of coming in? And then so I would say a good bit of this, if we were trying to look at this, is Hex, right? We got a lot of Hex coming in. And particularly with that being said, we have some DAI that did pretty good here with a lot of DAI coming in. But then where we kind of settled as of, maybe, this looks to be like the last, let's see, so like the last 12 hours, everything's pretty even, right? Everything's pretty even in terms to the amount that's being thrown into the PulseChain ecosystem. And the thing that I do like is now this is dwindling down. And then so as long as this is staying even and this is relatively coming down, or I guess in this case going up, which means less is being withdrawn, then prices will continue to go up. And so this is a metric that you can use on the broad scope of everything going on inside the ecosystem. Now we can talk about just the withdrawals. And then so withdrawals only. Now there's some people really doing some damage yesterday. And there's a lot of people that started to withdraw USDC and DAI. And, that's just the play that they felt that was necessary for them. Now that's subsided. And like I said, it's kind of relaxing for us here a little bit. And so, oh, is this what I'm looking for? What is this line? I need to figure out what this green line is, which I'll have to get back with y'all. This green line, maybe some type of average. We got to figure out what it is. But I typically like to use a longer term. So like a 1 month average on something like this. All right. There's distribution. So withdrawal distribution for the PulseChain bridge. You can kind of see at what times was withdrawal back through the system, going back to ETH, and then deposits distribution here. And so same thing, the money coming from ETH to PulseChain, going through the bridge. And as you can see, it's a consistent amount of hex, EHEX coming in. And, that's, something that's actually going to be good for both coins on both sides. And so what else that we have? I would say Tether is the stable coin that's getting the least usage here on PulseChain. And USDC is slowly gaining on DAI. Slowly, just a little bit. But WETH and HEX, those are top two. And USDC sprinkling in, kind of fighting with DAI for that main stable coin coming in. All right. And then so this is something really, really, really good here. Net cumulative flow. So this is where we find ourselves. This blue line is key. I guess this actually is kind of explaining what I was talking about before. Like I said, I don't know what average they're using, but you always want to look at things net. What is like the net of what's being done here? And so the net of what we're talking about is we still have a lot of positive movement on this chain here. And this angle here, it's actually starting to expand at a little bit higher gradient, which is a nice thing to see. So that's what we're looking for, accrual of value here and sustaining that in a similar trajectory. That is something that is going to continue to bring these prices to points that are going to make us very happy. Now, if we start to see this taper off at some point in the future and going sideways, that's going to give you a little indication like, hey, something's going on. Let me put my feelers out. Let me check my liquidity pools. Let me see if I'm positioned right, because something, this should be a chart, especially this early. It should just be going up forever with the net, right? That's the goal. That's what we're being hopeful for. But just in case we ever see something different, know what this line going downs mean. That means, something may be not so great in terms of, positive capital flows towards that chain. And so now we can look at each coin individually. And then so we always want to see, all right, well, what's outpacing? Are we getting more inflow or outflow? And then so we have wheat here, and wheat has kind of given us, something of an even nature. Recently, in the past few hours, we had some pretty good deposits on wheat compared to the outflow. USDC, same thing. We had this, this is probably one person, probably a whale is like, look, man, I'm gonna take my USDC right now. But essentially now we have, this kind of picking up a little bit, just like some of these jolts, and it's down for now. And this is what because USDC is what most people are comfortable with as a stable. This is one thing that I'm gonna track this in particular a lot, because if we can see some USDC balances coming to PulseChain in the future, we want to be able to say, okay, well, what are the levels? Like we talked about, what are the levels that people may want to take profit? And then, they're going to most likely do it in USDC. Hex inflows and outflows. And then, so this is something to see, right? So you see how, for example, you have multiple spikes of outflow with USDC. You have multiple long spikes, outflow and DAI. Wheat is a little bit better, but Hex, man, this is why the EHEX and the PHEX ratio to me is one of the better bets as well, in my opinion, because just as you just look at this, you see very, very little extraction of Hex coming back out. That's actually pretty good. Now, that's why this is explaining why the premium on PHEX is doing what it's doing, because we just have more inflow coming in and they're swapping the PHEX, right? Then going out. And so that's easy way to see that. DAI, very similar to USDC. And same thing, then some Tether coming in, but really not much going out. Tether is not being used as much. And we got wrapped BTC. A lot coming in, not really. They just added this, I believe, and a little bit going out. So this is not something that I personally believe in the ecosystem is going to have a big fingerprint, because, just the word BTC anywhere on PulseChain is nasty to me. Just thinking about BTC on Pulse. I mean, I guess, hey, whatever floats your boat. And then so this side is pretty helpful. Dune.com. And then if you were to just go on there and type in PulseChain, you'll be able to find this by Derek69. Cool. All right. So I think the stream is still good. Quality good. Wi-Fi is up. All right. We're good. Let's take a little break. What y'all got in chat? Let's see here. Okay. Yep. The yield changes and the price on the ink token can go up or down. Yes. If someone splits PHEX for both Hex to LP farm and they plan to just combine the resulting coin back to PHEX, does that imp loss matter too much? Well, if you're splitting your PHEX and you're going into the farm, that's basically you saying, hey, I'm okay with, potentially like majority of this PHEX turning into EHEX. That's the decision that could potentially happen. Or, your ratios can be pretty, solid and maintain over, the duration of while you're in the pool. And so the imp loss really is just dependent on, the volatility and what people decide to value more. And so the liquidity pools are going to help that bond together. But, in terms of the imp loss, that's a hard thing to say exactly what it's going to be. You just have to watch continuously. That's what I would say in regards to that. Yeah, but what if Hex goes screaming to the upside? You may want to swap your EHEX for it, but you will get back. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's kind of, something along the lines of what I was thinking. Okay. Oh, you guys just had the whole conversation. All right, cool. Well, y'all figured that out. Cool. Y'all didn't need me for that part. that LP teeter totter, aka Miguel Bowles. Yeah, it's essentially that, right? It's gonna be back and forth, back and forth. The biggest thing is if it can just stay nice and still, maybe for like a week or two. That's when you're really, really winning. But that's an if, not a definite, right? So that's just something that we have to think about. So this is gonna be a longer stream, y'all. So I hope y'all are, go grab your dinner, go grab your lunch wherever you're at, take a little break because now we're gonna get into some more juice, man. We got some more juice. I really want to talk a little bit more about the liquidity situation on the macro side and then how things and dynamics are changing, and we've been experiencing that. And then so what's on the horizon on a broad scale for us all being investors here in the smaller marketalized or market cap here, I guess you can say, within crypto compared to all these other asset classes. Anything in regards to Pulse, we're gonna, basically sprinkle in some more Pulse, but we just dedicated basically 2 hours. Well, excuse me, I was down for about 10. So we dedicated a good amount of time to Pulse. We're gonna keep revisiting that, through the next month or two. The last thing that I will say in regards to Pulse, hey, if you don't have some, you may want to think about getting your first allocation. How to do that, you really need to go through and do your reading. Go to PulseChain.com and watch some videos and basically I'm gonna say this: verify on multiple channels before you decide to act. If you've never dealt with crypto or you've never dealt with, bridging a coin or anything like that, you need to watch like 5 or 10 videos before you do anything in regards to that. But Pulse is something that, I know what it's gonna do, and it's gonna do something that I think all of us, we have the same understanding in investing in it. That's why we're all here on this stream. But yeah, how are y'all feeling? Sentiment check. I always like to see how you guys are feeling with the beginning of a new blockchain. Like, how crazy this is that we are experiencing a new chain coming out from day one. This is a rare opportunity. Even though it seems like it's a lot of us, it's really not in the grand scheme of things. We are the 1% of the 1%. And knowing what we know, just by going through some of the things that we went through in the last hour and a half, I can guarantee you about 50% of the money in those liquidity pools have no clue what we just talked about and how to check up on, how to evaluate and make decisions in regards to that. Maybe a smart decision is to not even do it. And so that's up to each person and their skill set. And so, that's something that I'm always getting a sentiment check on. I think from what I've been seeing on Twitter, from my personal conversations with people who have been able to allocate within the system, or, they just sacrifice and they're just holding, everybody's feeling pretty good. Richard Hart's been asking that too on Twitter. Hey, how y'all feeling? And so typically when he says something like that, we get something a little new that's coming our way. But this is a good spot to be in as we are on the cusp of this transition period. So one thing, we're going to pit stop for about 10 minutes. I have been working on a duration map for Ethereum. On this channel, what we're going to be doing now more often, we're not going to be talking about Bitcoin as much. We will briefly here and there, but we will be focusing on Ethereum because guess what? Pulse is a fork of Ethereum. So we can learn a little bit more about trajectory. We can learn a little bit about the things that made Ethereum what it is. We can learn a little bit more about how Ethereum reacted within the different durations of the market. And, I spent quite some time on this, so I hope you all enjoy this next section. I'm going to have to find someone to start clipping these videos for me. That way, if you don't want to watch the full 3-hour stream, you can just get the bits and pieces. Let's see. We got somebody. I'm excited being at ground zero. Yeah, where things are a sub penny. Time is my friend here. Time is, if you understand the value of time, you'll realize that time is your best asset, the best asset if you use it wisely. And if you have time in assets, that's the biggest multiplier. The force multiplier is time. And so that's a whole nother conversation, but you're on the right track for sure. All right, so now let's get into it. We dive back in. Like and subscribe, you guys. Look, I don't ask. I don't like asking for much, really, because I really don't need anything from anybody on these streams per se. I really enjoy this time that we have together, us kind of conversing, talking with this stuff. We are electively being here, but hey, if you feel like it, hey, subscribe to the channel, like the video, send us to a friend that could use it. Maybe they just need a pep talk. I do a lot of that, because I've had a lot of coaches talk to me through the years, and I understand, how that can actually turn something on for a person. Pause. But basically, flip that switch in their head to say, okay, you know what, I might want to start doing something different in a positive way, And so share this video, man. If you think that there's some value that has been extracted by you and that you want other people to get. All right, so let's go. I'm excited about this part because, oh man, there's some things when you guys see the sauce on this. Yeah, you're gonna want to make sure you have these things etched in your mind on a time aspect. And so let's get into it. So one last little thing. Like I mentioned before, there's a little at the bottom of the description here. There's a little address. If you guys should so choose to, you can donate to it. That might be able to give me some better Wi-Fi here, right? But if you want to show some appreciation, that address is something that you can, use. But basically, I have something. It's called Fatty. This is made by the group which we call Famous. Now, this is pretty cool because let's say, for example, you are wanting to look at some broad basic things within the ecosystem, specifically PulseChain, prices, XYZ. So that's pretty cool. Another place to see it. But something that I thought that was actually pretty useful is if you just want to see your holdings across many different chains, stuff like that, another place that can do it. And all you got to do is just copy an address and pop it in. Pretty simple. You'll be able to see what kind of value you have on different chains. You see your value that you have on Ethereum and PulseChain, or maybe Phantom, XYZ. And so it's very easy. You just pop your address in right here and it'll show you your different percentages and weightings. I'm very, very big on, hey, do you know your weighting, your percentages, the way you're allocated into your coins, but then also into different ecosystems? If you are a multiple, that's super, super important. If you want to be a savvy investor, you need to know these weightings because sometimes you may need to fluctuate them depending on the scenarios and the circumstances and know where you're trying to go. Everybody doesn't have the same type of risk exposure. You'll be surprised. There's some people that are like, hey, Bitcoin me up, low volatility. And those particular people are probably a little bit older, right? And then so, it is what it is. But let me see. Hold on real quick. I may be able to throw something in there just to give an example. Or all you need is your public address. And so this is, something that's public, right? You don't have to give any keys or anything. You don't even have to connect to this, right? I think that's the biggest thing I like about it. You don't have to connect a wallet. You just got to basically say, hey, I want to see a nice, easy to see on the eyes of, what is in whatever wallet that you paste in there. You can do some whale watching, right? So you can look at Godwell, see what he's doing, check his wallets, all of this stuff. You can check and see what the OA wallets are doing. This is some alpha right here. See what the Mintra wallet is doing, the Power City. So that's the key. You use this site to double check and verify is what a person is saying. Because a lot of these, these are different coins here that they have people that market the coin, all that kind of stuff. Is what they're saying matching up with what the wallet is doing, right? That's something key because if it's not, then that may not be something that you want to stay long term in, right? But same thing, for example, the OA, right? You click on it, this unknown entity, and you could see, all right, what they have going on, what do they have in Hex, in PHEX, in DAI, all this stuff, right? And do these values stay the same? And if you take a nice gander over there, that's I believe $11 billion. Very nice. And so hopefully what we want to see is the balance of these coins, right? We want to see the balance of these coins stay the same, but the USD price is going to go up and down. So just another little piece of sauce A little drip of sauce for you right there. All right. Now, let's get into this right here. All right. So let me expand this. We're going to put this on the big screen as well. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, let's just do this. All right. So there's a couple things here. Let's go back to the origin of Ethereum. And we have a lot of colors, a few lines, a couple boxes. We'll look at all this stuff here. And so let's get all of the information in if we can. All right. So we should be good. Boom. Big screen. All right. So we have interesting time periods. As y'all can see, this is the ETH USD 1 week chart, and this is a duration map. And nothing is ever precise in crypto, or really, nothing is ever exact. I'll say that. But you have general trend, you have general timelines, and you have things that you can use to help not necessarily forecast, but prepare for with certain probabilities. And so there's different phases in every single market. You have bull markets, you have transitional times in the market, and you have bear markets. And so as y'all can see on the left here. Now, the interesting thing is this is kind of like the key to see what all of these things mean. So for example, when you guys see this yellow line here, this is duration from local price low to high. This arrow here is the bear market price low. And then here is what we will call the market mean trajectory here with these white lines. And as you can see, things lose its trajectory as it gets heavier to push these prices up, the more people that is in this particular coin, which we're looking at Ethereum. So Pulse is in its first cycle. Now, when we look at this, I really want to start looking at how when we look at these durations, a lot of times we're just like, man, it seems like it's taking a long time. Well, is it really taking a long time to what we've previously experienced? What we'll do here for us a split second is I want to zoom in briefly and take a look at Ethereum. And then so from the beginning of things for Ethereum, $3 is where it came out at, and it dropped, right? But the key thing is to notice that the difference here is that now Ethereum, it had an ICO price that was much lower. It had an ICO price that was less than $1, wasn't it? 30 cents, 31 cents, somewhere in there. And then so it came out well above the ICO, aka sacrifice price. And then so yeah, it did a dump. But that's not the same case for Pulse. It came out below it, straddled down, and it's just barely making a little 2x above it. So a little bit different scenario, but nonetheless, it started to get its trajectory. And now each one of these are a week. And we're going to see what that looks like. And so that first impulse here, right? That first impulse off of these lows, boom. What does that look like? That's pretty nice. That's a 27x from the low. Let's talk about the people who just got it right at the beginning, right? So it's just a difference. And that's the key thing from January 2016. I'm sorry, what was that? January? No, that's August of 2015 to October. So not very long. We're talking about a few months, right? The difference between buying a local peak to buying a pullback, right? Netted, someone else essentially almost a 30x versus someone else only having a 3x, 4x, 400%, which really is a 5x. So that's something to really, really, take serious, man. When these pullbacks come, this is what makes you that much better of an investor if you are investing during those times. I'm not saying that you can't invest during these times, right? It's just a little bit better deal on pullbacks if you're paying attention, right? Maybe you just have a strategy saying, hey, I'm gonna just DCA wherever price is. That's okay too, whatever you're comfortable with. And so I'm just saying that that's the opportunity that people are always, dreaming of. And so when you see it, hey, don't get all shook now. Do what it do, right? And then so You have some time there, right? Which I would consider that is a bullish period, right? And then what did we do? We went sideways, 42 weeks, 294 days. That is almost a year. What, 10 months? Almost 10 months. So this is a time where people are like, man, yeah, Ethereum's over. It's done. Yeah, I knew this thing wasn't going to be nothing. Start to sell off a little bit, and then we have a boring market. This is a time period that we are in now, where the volatility for Bitcoin, Ethereum is pretty low over the last month and a half. And so we're just coming sideways. These are the times where you say, okay, let me hone in and pay attention just a little bit more, because just before you know it, a flip of a switch and things get rocking and rolling. But this transition time, these are needed. You need this time to go sideways to let there be a little bit of regularity, distribution throughout the coin allocations. And then when liquidity starts to spool back up, where we're, oh man, I got some stuff for you guys in regards to liquidity. When liquidity spools back up, we're really going to be able to see how that affects a coin in its first cycle, especially something that has a lot of user adoption from the get-go, which Ethereum did have, right? They did a great job marketing. They did a good job of making sure things work, and they're continuing to add features that improve the network. And so that's something that Bitcoin does not have. And so what happens there? So from this point, you take off, right? You go through that boring time of almost 300 days, and then you go up to that top of getting an additional 189x, right? But if you are a person that just held just from ICO, cool, you can lock in a smooth 492x. For example, you had an opportunity. Do most people get the fullness of this, this uptrend? No, of course not. It's very rare you get the exact bottom and the exact top, but you can come pretty close. You can come pretty close, probably within a variation of 30%, give or take. And so you can come close within a timeline. I would say an area that is doable is to be able to understand price do something different, especially during that period there. You can kind of see, okay, this is a different thing going on, because if you look at this, looks a whole lot different than all of this. And this doesn't even look like the transition period of going sideways, right? And so you can be a person that could lock in. Let's say we just grab the bottom of that box. Let's say you just got in from just day one. Cool. If you were an Ethereum buyer, you're a person that still could have locked in your 100 plus X. Was that 112%? Even on the back end, right? Even on that back end. But there's a lot of metrics that we can use, a lot of on-chain metrics and also liquidity metrics, as far as also what they're doing with the interest rates, that kind of let us know, all right, when is the party over? We've done a gazillion streams on, letting us know, hey, what are some things that let us know the party is over, right? We can also see things also in the nature of divergence. So you take this RSI, boom, what do we have? This is a bearish divergence that is clear as can be, right? You have a you have a high, then you have a lower high, but you have a higher high in price. That's one thing to let you know, yep, time to potentially take profits, especially after you've done the duration. So let's talk about that, because for you to really get the butter from the duck, the duration is always more than a year, like every single instance, even from Ethereum's first time, right? If you look at price low to high, we had 819 days. So that's what you can expect in your mind just from right now, PulseChain. Do you have what it takes to wait 700, 800, maybe 900 days, right? To get towards that area to where it makes a better, I guess you can say, it makes a better outcome for the person who can delay their gratification in terms of the availability to extract more value from the coins that they have. I'll put it like that in USD terms. And that's if you want to be in USD. But yeah, I mean, you'd be a fool. I think that's why 99% of people are investing in crypto anyway, right? They, everything is all service and goods in terms of what we want to buy. And as of right now, crypto is not the main use case. And I honestly don't even think crypto is going to be the main use case of us buying everyday things in the next 2 years either. And I'm okay with that. And so, but adoption is kind of heading that way, but very slowly in terms of using crypto to go buy a burger or to go buy a pair of jeans from the mall or whatever you want to go and buy, or to buy your next vacation to go to this, trip to Paris. Not doing it in Bitcoin and Ethereum quite yet, on a universal scale. But when it comes to these, just holding them and prices going up, that's what they do well. And so those are things that we are, experiencing. But time is your best asset. Like Karan was saying, time. Use it and understand what to kind of expect, but not getting an exact date, right? That's kind of what we're trying to do here. And then so, that's including a transition period. But this is really bull. Like this whole thing, I would just consider bull, right? We come out firing bull. Then we have a bear market here. And then so we can see, right, what happens. We start to really, really break below this midline or the RSI on the weekly. We bounce off at one time, but then for the first time, on a serious case, right? I guess you can say this period of time we came and we came back up within a couple months. But this time here, we just, came below, came back up, got rejected, and we stayed down, right? And then so RSI is one thing that you can use as a little bit of an indicator to know, okay, is this thing undervalued or overvalued? If you're above the 0.70 or the 70 portion on the weekly RSI, and and you're buying stuff, you are buying local tops. If you are on the lower portions, right, closer to 30, maybe like this 35, right, you are buying local bottoms. Funny how we can now use these things to help us make these decisions. So with that being said, you can apply that to PulseChain here in the future. And so, another time period where, if you did your time and let's say, okay, you bought at the top, you made the mistake of being a top buyer. Hey, we all make that mistake. Maybe some of us don't, but you can always counteract that by being a bear market buyer. And then so there's a local low buyer, and then there's a bear market deep value type of investor, which those are the people, if they can hold long enough, those are the people that really win. And that's what hopefully, if you guys been watching this channel, that's exactly what we've done across the board this whole time, but especially in the hex, because we knew we wanted to potentially swap some of that hex for pulse if you missed that sacrifice. And so all this good eating down here, right, we can make that just a little bit bigger so we can see it. All that good eating down here was once in a lifetime opportunity between late 2018 2019, because guess what, price will never be this low again, right? If we were to put a vertical bar here, we catch that low, we go up, price never again for Ethereum will be $83, never. And then so that's what you do by buying bear market lows. You almost, not 100%, but you give yourself a better chance to solidify positive price action sooner and sustaining from your purchase price when you take action during these time periods versus when you are buying local highs or even in the middle. There's always some volatility risk to the downside when you're buying when RSI is higher on the weekly. So now here's the thing. You have a bear market. Now, key time period, 47 bars, which is 329 days of bear market. Switch gears into a transition period. So the transition periods aren't bad, right? They're just the engine literally just getting started. Have y'all ever lived in a cold place? I've lived in a couple cold places, and you start to try to turn that engine and you get a little bit of turn. Nope. Get a little bit of turn. Nope. And then you finally crank that engine up, and then you can take off and go. You need to go. That's exactly what transition periods are. It's just like a little bit of turn on, no, off, turn on, no, off, but you still, making progress towards getting that car going and doing 90 down the highway. Nah, please don't speed. Be safe out there. But hey, lead foot, baby. And then so that's the explanation, like I guess you can say an audible description of how to see a transition to a bull. And so the interesting thing about that is now we have, how do I explain this? Okay. So when we are going to look at this transition period is 455 days. Now, I have this green arrow here for a reason, because I, am seeing something in terms of what this is COVID. Sometimes when I see COVID on charts for different assets that I'm looking at, I almost want to just ignore it just for a split second. That way I can say, okay, now if there's not a crazy pandemic, what would be the likely thing that happened? The likely thing that would happen is that bull market would have started here. And then so that would have only been 371 days versus 455 days. Okay. And so that's something to remember as we continue to talk about things here, because that's a little bit more congruent. Even with this transition period of being 300 days, you got 370 days, a little bit, closer in time period. Now, as we continue, we have this bull market. And so the bull period, and this whole bull period is 616 days. Now, can I hit you guys upside the head with something, right? Not literally, figuratively. If we add both of these uptrends together, 210 and 406, it also equals 616 days. And so this is something to think about as we move forward. 2 cycles in a row with a different trajectory have the bullish times being 616 days. Something to think about. But ultimately, as we talked about from the key, from price low to high, and I'm going to use this high, not the second peak, because that's just extra, I guess you can say that's extra loan liquidity that came in, leverage that pushed that. That was not the real top. And there's a lot of data that supports that. Even same thing here, if we want to draw, right, divergence, bearish divergence. Okay. And then so this is when people who really, really knew what's going on in the market was able to say, you know what, I've gotten my gain from this low to that top. It's about a 50x. They did what they need to do within Ethereum. But if we want to look at, from this low to the high, 868 days. And this here is 819 days. So from low to high, right? Low to high, you're thinking, okay, we're starting to see a theme here, about 800 days, maybe 900 days from the low to the high, give or take, maybe 15 or 20% in time. And now we get to this top, right, where we just got eked to the top. It got pushed, but a lot of leverage. Now we got to flush the toilet of all the bad actors, all the leverage, and off we go. And then so there's another thing that we want to talk about, right? Because now this bear market, I want to talk about how we have a price low here. We have a price low here for Ethereum at, it's about $900. But do you consider this, I guess you can say, to be transitional? Because things are still pretty bearish. Even though we had this here, here's another outlier. This is, if you guys remember, announcement of basically going over to proof of stake. If that was not a factor, this thing would have kept going like many other things in the market. Because if you realize this bottom well before Bitcoin, and Bitcoin bottom similarly to this point here. And if we zoom in, right, that is the lowest. If we take the bottom of that candle, that is, I'm going to use this because that's a lot more accurate with Bitcoin and the overall market here before things change with the tide. And then we start a sustained uptrend for Ethereum, right? And then so we have a transitional period that we're in now. And so there's a lot of information. I'm just going to tidy this thing up with just a few key points. And so one thing that I thought that was, pretty cool, which is if we go and do a fib retracement, and we take it from top to that first initial bottom, right? We see things essentially coming up. Let's get that right on the dot. Right. Boom. Got it. So we see things literally do what they're supposed to do in log terms here now, right? So for this first, guess you can say, cycle for Ethereum, we've seen it break through all of these fib levels, spend time at this 1.6 after that amazing 30x run, 300 days. This next period where it goes ahead and breaks to the 2.6, it stalls out here, 3.6 fib level, taps it once, twice, breaks through a third time for the final push up to 4.2. And this is a full use case of Fibonacci to, really help us see how this stuff gets executed in prices going up. And so that's something to really look at. Now, okay, now what can we expect? Like, what do we kind of put in terms of saying, you know what? I don't know an exact date, but we can get a time frame window. Time frame windows. These are key, right? And we're going to use RSI. We can use the NUPL. We can use a lot of different on-chain data. We can look at addresses and how those are scaling up, active addresses, right? Due to Metcalfe's law. We can use a lot of things to help us start to see, okay, well, when is this really picking up? Because if price is slightly going up, okay, that's cool, but that doesn't mean we're in a full bear market. We know when we're in a full bear market. We feel it because it does nothing but go up for 90 to 95% of that time period, right? Like this is nothing but up for, probably 90% of that time, right? So, oh, let's time out. Let's make sure that we put that back. Yeah. All right. So, now that we can kind of get some general ideas, all I did was come across, and what we can talk about here is this next space, this orange, and then we have the rest blank. We have trajectory. And so what do we see? Trajectory typically helps us, outline, where we can expect things to go. So all you got to do is take the bottom to the top, and you can see how this is just riding off this line for a good amount of time to help set the trajectory. And guess where it ends? Right here at the top. So if we did something similar, we would just put that line, boom, bouncing, 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 right? There may be a chance we may come under it for a little bit of time, then pop back up, and then find ourselves somewhere here in the future at a higher price. And so one thing that is always something to really think about is the halvening. Now, there's something interesting with the BTC halvening. It's due in April of 2024, which, we're less than a year now. This is always a time period where people get really excited about crypto because they're looking at the function of how, the miners get less reward for mining those blocks, and now that's going to be a, supply constraint, so to speak. And yeah, the halvening typically is a bullish type of sentiment towards and around that. Now, we aren't there yet. We're still less than 10 and a half months from there. And now when we approach that, what do we notice, right? When we approach the halvening, this is when we start to see things really, really start to curl and go up. So if you look at this batch of time period, the halvening in, I believe 2020 was in May 2020. And so you have COVID. And so right here, right before the halvening is when you really start to see what liquidity really coming back and then the bull market taking off. Now the halvening, some people think it's because of the halvening. I think something otherwise. There's something that happens within, I'm talking about across the board. Every country does this. It's a 4-year rotation of refinancing a lot of debt within the housing sector that happens every 4 years, ever since 2008. I have data to show that may be a little bit more credence instead of the halvening that really allows us to have asset prices, because it ain't just crypto that goes up with these similar timelines. Stock market, you can even look at the S&P, or no, you can look at the NASDAQ really and see how that basically reacts with the same function of going exponential around these same periods of time. It just happens to be the halving is, similar timeline. But, if we just kind of look at, okay, we're in this transition period, right? We have some time here. Now, transition period may be something similar to what we experienced in this period, right? And we'll take the one from 2019 because this really started going and just, we had a little bit of a damper here with COVID. And so this transition period is about 300 days. So what I can say is, the likelihood of us probably at least having 300 days from this point here is pretty high before we start to go exponential. But one thing that we can, document is in these transition periods, right? You take the low from the transition period, right? And what does it look like towards the end? Yeah, you can still gain 185% during the transition period. Let's say you're a person that caught somewhat of a low during the transition period. Yeah, and then you could, have your portfolio up about 72% in that very boring sideways choppy action during the transition period. And so those are just a couple examples. And then so thus this far, the people that were allocating during FTX and all of the debauchery going on over there to Ethereum, they are sitting with something comparable, right? About 72%, similar to, some things that could happen over here. And then who knows, we may have an opportunity to come a little bit higher, but this scenario is not the same as this scenario here. It's not, because there's a lot of debt that, basically got pulled out of the system, which is money. And so there's a lot of things that got pulled out of the system, aka liquidity, that made all markets do this exact same thing, not just crypto and not just Bitcoin and Ethereum during that time period in 2019. So knowing your history really helps. And so if we just do something simple, right, something that we've been doing for a while here on the channel, it helps us get some broad, just decent ideas. And I'm going to put this in the regular function here, not in log base. And so we can get an honest and just wholesome look, just like a box here, a box from the aspect of duration from transition to the end, to the top, right? And then also something that lines up with the fib levels that are conservative. Things can get exponential. When I like to do these things, I like to do these things in a conservative manner. And so, if we extrapolate time from the last two cycles being in between 800 days, 819, 868 from low to high in both scenarios, from low to high, something around those same timelines, that's going to leave us here. That's going to leave us right here between spring 2024. No, I'm sorry. There's no 2024 here. Spring and winter of 2025, if I have that correct. Okay, yeah. And so we've got some time. We take that out. And, that's the window. It may be a little bit before, maybe a little bit after, but I'm not thinking about any major profit taking until we find ourselves somewhere in that timeline in the time data series. And so that's something I want to present to you guys. There's different periods. We're in transition, which is a good place to be in before the bull, because we're not in full bull mode, right? Price is not continue to compound month after month in a rapid manner. And we can tell because of the angle, right? We are not at that part where we're just more vertical than anything. And so the trajectory is looking pretty good. But let's talk about price. Like, where is this box according to the 1.6 through 4.2 Fibonacci levels? And so if we just want to just do a couple price calls, that leaves us anywhere in between, right? $7,200 Ethereum to, let's put that right there at the top, to maybe 18K Ethereum. And so for investors, what does that look like from today? So from today, you're looking at anything at about, 4x, 300% gain to like a 800% gain. So that is 9x. That's amazing in this time period compared to any other asset class. But with PulseChain, you can expect many higher multiples, because the thing is, PulseChain is going up while nothing else is really going up with larger market caps. So just imagine, because here's the key thing, guys. Here's the sauce why I want to show Ethereum today. You guys notice that wrapped Ethereum liquidity pool. The more money that's in that wrapped Ethereum liquidity pool tied to Pulse, and Ethereum starts going up, oh, you can only imagine what PulseChain is going to do. And so that's how all of this correlates together. So I wanted to drop that into your memory bank. If you need this, right, what I can do, message me on Telegram. I could send you this link here, or I could send you a picture, or you can just take a screenshot, whatever the case is. But this information is vital to understand the duration of what to not predict, but get a feel for as things trickle along within the market in the future here. So that's that. Now, another way that we can also get an idea of, okay, what can tell us a little something about when bull markets are starting to brew up. we want to start looking at addresses. And so you can come over here on Glassnode. I know it's a lot of info, but hey, this is what we're tying all together, right? We're tying a bow on being honestly an institutional grade investor, right? This is what's necessary. We can't just look at one chart and be like, oh, price go up, let me buy. Like, nah, you got to look at things as an entirety if you want to know what that's going on. So now when we come over here, we're just looking at the receiving addresses with a 30-day moving average. I love using the 30-day because letting us know what's happening on a monthly basis. Now, there's a couple of other things that you can look at, like sending addresses and active, right? And then so there's something that we're still not in full bull, right? Because if we just look at the active, we'll look at the active and also the receiving. What do we notice when we're in bull mode? So for example, in bull mode here and here, these are making higher highs. Obviously in a bear market, lower lows. In terms of sentiment and how people are using the chain, this doesn't always reflect price right away, but this is going to pull price at some point, right? And then so we find ourselves is, okay, we had a very nice bull, and this is why I say, the real bull top and sentiment top was here in early 2021. We made a lower high here. Now we've been trending down as far as active addresses. These are people that are continuously using the Ethereum chain. And then so for bull markets, you need people to be using it continuously, not just send one transaction in 1 month or two. Then so, believe it or not, the active users has not ticked up yet on a monthly basis. Now we could change this around to 7, and we have a little bit of life coming up here, right? Just like how we had here at this low and then how we had here at this low, right? But if you want to talk about like a macro, like I always like doing things on a weekly chart on trading view, but for things like metrics like these, using like the longer term time scales, at least 30 days can really give you like the surety, like, hey, when something turns up, it's most likely going to stay up for some time. Because just going back to like the 7-day, if you would have been like, okay, cool, like, whatever the case is, you go, let's say you're a person that is here and you're just like, okay, boom, bought this low, okay, cool, and it goes back up and then it goes back down. It's very choppy. It's not as smooth, hard to make decisions on a longer term time basis, especially with all this chop here and here. 30-day, it clears up the picture for you. And then, you can kind of see, okay, higher high, higher low. Okay, little different things. So high, oh, lower high, oh, lower high, and then so from here, lower high ever since the merge here, lower highs, and then so we still haven't got that daily active users on Ethereum back yet. Now, vice versa, receiving. Now, there's been some people that have been able to receive Ethereum, and this is now starting to show with the prices showing a little bit. So this has some credence as well. And so what I'd like to see is to see active addresses start to look like this chart here on the 30-day SMA here on Glassnode. And then so as we look at this, the time periods where we have these local lows, these major lows, right? So like here and here. And so this really can help you extrapolate, when people really start to get that sentiment back, like I said on the chart, people start to get their sentiment back right here before COVID, because you really start to see this uptick. COVID came, but people were still like, okay, what is this thing? Ethereum going, XYZ, receiving addresses ticking up. And then this is the bull. This is the bull. And so these pivot points are crucial, right? Even right here on this first depression of price going down from the first peak, and we turn back up. Okay. And that's some price appreciation there. And then so we have another turn right here. And then so this is a positive development. What this tells me is that, okay, there's something that shift. I did a whole stream called "Are You Ready for the Shifting Tide?" Right here, where you can kind of see right here, early January, the tide shifted to, something completely different compared to what it did all of 2022. So that's something to notice. That's an investable low. And as you can see, we've been up from there. And then so the likelihood that we tend to follow trend is going to be, pretty high since we've already come down so far and broken this old trend, if that makes sense. So that's another thing that you can look at to see, okay, addresses means adoption. How many people are really coming into the network? And so when we see this thing going up and making higher highs, that's how we know, okay, we see that for a span of 5 or 6 months, right? So for example, we were early. If we go here, February of 2019, came back down. So what you had, 4 months of, some good user adoption, and people fell off. But then you see it go in. So that's something to think about. What do we need to see to say, okay, you know what, we are for sure in a bear market? Maybe it may be from going from, let's say, January of 2020 here, and then we come down, but then we break that previous high. And then so, we have a year of, okay, yeah, we've just continued to make new highs, breaking old highs. So by here, you're in the bull market, and that's early 2021. And so, if you are just investing at that point, if you waited till then, oh man, like, yeah, you're safe in the terms of like lower risk to the downside because it's proved to, sustain itself with the adoption. But the amount of gains that you get is nothing compared to the people who were, looking at what they need to look at down here. And then so we can use other things that are very helpful, right? There is a lot of little stuff. We'll just look at the NUPL real quick, or NUPL as what you can call it. Same thing on the 30-day. And then so deep value, what does deep value look like? Deep value really looks like when we're here in red. And then so a lot of this is good eating. Even though it's not the exact low, it's better than buying anything while the net unrealized profit and loss ratio for Ethereum is in yellow, green, or blue. And so how you can get a little bit more specific, shorter term data is by putting this on the 7-day. And then that'll give you a little bit better, more accurate, right? If you want a little bit more accuracy on when to move and do things, this can also help you, because when a whole bunch of people are in unrealized loss, so they're bag holders, and we could also look at people when as they're holding, and then they lock in those losses too after they capitulate. Let's see. So, let's zoom in on this bear market here. And so we've seen, hey, all this is good eating. And this is when price was between 286 all the way down to like $80, right? That's all pretty good eating for the long term, right? All this stuff is good eating. And what is that? That is in the transition period. Now, this is looking a little bit different, right? We are not in red here. We are now creeping into orange and yellow. So we had a shorter window, but same thing here. The red all through, early or mid-June 2022 to basically July. And then now we've kind of crossed into that hope, that beginnings of hope part of, prices moving higher. And so, these are other little metrics that we can kind of use to pinpoint, hey, where are we at in the market? So that's the Ethereum duration map with a few other tidbits to help give us some ideas on kind of, what we're looking at here. Let's hone it in. What y'all think so far? Okay. Bet. Perfect. Miguel mentioned this one. I don't know which exactly you're referring to, but he talks about a lot of good stuff. Let's see. Wow, I can't believe how my Pulse wallet overshadowed my Ethereum side. Hard to notice since MetaMask doesn't put a dollar amount on your Pulse assets yet. Yeah, so we get a chance to get some good information using these links here that are, I like to use low risk links, and so really it's just your public address, and so that's very low risk. Ben Miller, hi. Okay, hi. Okay, hey, appreciate you for coming through, man. I love the historical overview. Make me more confident for what's to come. Yeah, man. I mean, I know a lot of people say past performance does not predict future performance, but it does let you know investor psychology within markets during certain time periods. And so that's the next thing that we're going to talk about is like pushes different large entities, different banks, different money market players, different venture capitalists, what pushes them to do certain actions, because they are constantly trying to protect capital and grow capital. And so we are trying to do that same thing, being a self-sovereign individual here in crypto, but they have their ways of doing it using bonds and using money market accounts and using safety routes when interest rates are high, and then going a little bit more to exposure when interest rates start to, come down, and, they can't get that easy yield, which we've talked about several times about how they go to the reverse repo market to get that easy yield. Now, let's dive into the macro section. So this is the third chapter of this stream, third and final chapter. I'm hoping y'all put your hard hat on, because this is a lot of stuff just being dropped on you guys. I know sometimes, you may have to go back and rewatch maybe 2 or 3 times, just focus on a small little piece of the information. But this is, because I haven't been streaming, right? So this is all the compilation of everything that I've been seeing, thinking, experiencing, and I'm just trying to give it to you guys in one nice, tight little, 3 or 4 hour stream. So, this is good stuff. Let me see. Okay, I definitely need that Ethereum chart. We are early as can be for this bull market. Yep. Hey, banger. Let's go. Appreciate it. A lot of alpha being dropped. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, man. Like, it's all about grabbing the tools, knowing where you're at, knowing how to move. These are things to do in life, but as an investor as well. I'm very, not necessarily cautiously optimistic. I don't get overly excited for anything, because I just know that emotion of overexcitement can get you to not pay attention as much. But I'm feeling pretty good with all the work that we put in, especially from that Ethereum bottom from June, like I mentioned before, till January. If you put in work in any capacity, and if you put in work basically over the last week, you, my friend, you're going to be a happy person when we get to the year 2024 and 2025. And so that's what being an investor is all about, delaying yourself to be able to consume in the future. That's what an asset is, and that's what we got. PulseChain, PulseX, PHEX, EHEX, these are assets that, a lot of people don't know that these exist, man. And I feel bad for them, because, hey, we get the benefit, is what it is. The more you know. All right. So let's jump into the macro side real quick. More charts. Drop a like, hit the subscribe if you liking this stuff. I appreciate it. All right. So now let's go ahead and enter into this side of things. What we can start to extrapolate and look at is NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ is the closest sector within the equities market that is more of a correlation in terms of price volatility to the upside, like crypto. And this is something that we need to kind of grasp and see, hey, what is the NASDAQ telling us? And so here I have it on the monthly chart, and I have a couple things up, but let's go ahead and take that down for now. All right. And then, so a note that I have here currently. So, basically, what we have seen, if we zoom in a little closer, let's take those off. We'll get back to that in a bit. Let's zoom all the way in. So the data that I want to, kind of talk about here is, if we look at this chart from 2008 and on, this was an incredible time to be an investor within the tech sector in the equities markets. This is a time period where people, if they knew what I am about to tell you now, they would have been able to see trend reversal after a very long depression period, and jumping somewhere on the bandwagon within the first 4 or 5 months, give or take, and being able to ride things up until market conditions tell them otherwise. And so this is a beautiful, what was that, 1,000% gain. Now within equities, 10x is beautiful over that time period. If we look at duration, we're looking, somewhere like, Oh, let's adjust that. We need to make that a different color. One sec, y'all. Or let me just use the other one. That's going to be easier. So if we just look at duration, nope, that's not coming down for me. All right, we can leave it. We can use this. How long was that? So that's a long time, right? Like imagine waiting. I mean, this is good. Like this is good for everyone that's not in crypto for their minds, right? Man, but that's the thing. Not many people experience this except the savvy investors. But over a span of 4,000, think about that, 4,627 days. You telling me a 10x was the best thing to offer? Yes, that is the truth for everything else that's not crypto. And we're talking about just as a sector in its entirety. Maybe some single stocks did better than this, but you're talking about as a whole. This is a good thing to get a barometer of in regards to crypto and the changing of tides. And then, so with that being said, we have this in the Heikin-Ashi 1 month chart, and the trend stays the trend. One thing that we can easily see is we have this 12-month moving average, and this is going to bounce off the 12-month the whole time. There's no real stress here because you don't have 5-6 months of continuous downwards action breaking the trend. And if you do, you just have a month, maybe or two of wicks down below, and then you go back up with the trend. And so it's a clear understanding that trend is broken here. And this is something that hasn't really happened for the NASDAQ since 2008. Now, this is COVID. COVID was just a blip on a radar. And that's what you need to do is understand that is because you're putting on a monthly chart. This is what you need to be looking at, especially if you're an investor who's investing in something for more than a month, right? Pretty simple. I don't know why a lot of people only like to use maybe like a 1 hour or 2 hour on something that they intend to have for months or years, right? So you know now PulseChain is a different category because it's just coming out. It's not out for a month, but best believe once we start to get 5, 6, 7 months, you're gonna want to start to use that monthly chart. But primarily, probably for the first year, the weekly would be a little bit more helpful, and then after that first year, then the monthly is going to be pretty helpful. And so, like I said, going to keep segueing a little bit. Apply that to PulseChain. Now, we have this clear breakage with rotation of money and liquidity now going to the downside, breaking that 12-month EMA or moving average, actually. So this is just a simple moving average. It bounced off it, got rejected, and it came back down. And so, for people that, get scared or whatever during these times, they aren't looking at this whole chart. Like, look at the whole chart. Hey, even that, right? Still, I don't, hey, is what it is. Look at 2001. Yep, look at that. But still, look at the whole chart. And so if you're getting afraid during this and you're neglecting to see all of this goodness, even with that, yeah, 2 years that sucked. But why does this chart look like this, right? We've talked about this several times, simply because the denominator, the thing that this is denominated in, which is the dollar, is continuing to go down, right? How do we know? The supply of the currency statement I had at the beginning is going up. We can verify M2, so we can go US M2 supply, new price scale, and same thing. You see how it boop and starts to curve up and track right alongside, right? There's no coincidence, right? It's the same trajectory. See how the trajectory is here, and then as more money supply comes in, boom, and this also changes in trajectory and goes more vertical, boom. Yep. And guess what? When they say, hey, we're going to start to pull liquidity, guess what? Prices coming down. So can nobody tell me that this is not one of the main factors? Because this correlation between not just the US money supply, but the G5, right? So we're talking about the UK, we're talking about Europe, we're talking about Japan, we're talking about China and the US, right? So all of those together, there's a global liquidity. And so I'm gonna show you guys some charts on the back end of the stream that I am basically tracking the global liquidity. You all can too. These are the things that matter on the longer time scales. And when certain things pivot in liquidity, this is what lets you know, all right, something's on the cusp. And so that's what we're all really begging to know that question, right? And so we kind of pop that back off. And then so what are we, really searching for as investors, since we know this is a major thing pulling and pushing on markets. And so the note here is now we just need central bank liquidity to uptick. And basically what's going to happen from there, the slow, unsure people, yeah, they're going to start FOMO buying at higher prices. And then so, well, when does that happen? Normally, when the rest of everyone who is not institutional investors, who is not people that have been spending time in these markets long term, when do they start to say, now I'm confident? That typically happens after you get to the previous all-time high. And so that's, a price of 16,749, give or take. And then so the interesting thing about that, right, if we put this back on the regular candles, which people don't even realize, and we're talking about tech sector. And then so this is leading, right? If you were to look at all of the different areas and different sectors, within the equity verse, I guess you can say, you have tech, you have consumer staples, consumer discretionary, S&P 500, defensive stocks. You have all of those different sectors that you can look at and allocate capital to. Tech is always going to lead in a bull market, and especially early on, because it's done that, especially for the past 10 years. Now, how can we verify that? What we got to do is now we can pull up the tech sector versus consumer discretionary, right? And so consumer discretionary, these are stocks like these are more so stocks like Coca-Cola, GE, some of these GM, some of these old school stocks that give dividends, right? And when we have a ratio between the two, it can let us know risk on versus risk off. I've also seen some people talk about, with PulseChain and PulseX, when PulseX is leading PulseChain in the ratio, that's saying, hey, risk on. And then so this is the equities version of that. And so why are we looking at equities? Because this market is a lot bigger than crypto. I mean, that's the biggest thing that I can really say, because you always want to look at big and then condense down into the smaller stuff to really get a good idea, because all of this is tied together, and how people treat assets, right? And so with this thing here, like I mentioned before, for a good amount of time, if you look at this ratio, so we have XLK divided by XLP, tech over the consumer staples. This is when they were trending pretty flat. Basically, nothing is outperforming the other too much, right? But if you remember, if you know the chart, the S&P 500 just trickled up nice and tight, and these were just pretty basically flat with it in terms of price appreciation, very light kind. And then out of nowhere, boom, something happened. Something pretty cool happened right here. 2017 is when tech really, really started to go. And then so this is July 2016. So let's go ahead and make a note, because I'm going to be keeping this for future purposes. So the note here is tech takeoff. Yeah, we'll put it on all caps. That's fine. So tech takeoff in 2016. Boom. We can make that a little bit smaller. All right, cool. So tech takeoff 2016. And then you see that now it's sustained a trend, very much, outpacing the rest of basically everything, but for the most part, especially consumer staples. Now people rotate. And so here's a little TradFi tip for all of the crypto bros out here. People tend to rotate into consumer staples when they want to go on defense. When there's like, I don't want too much volatility, they're going to go to the consumer staples. When they're ready to say, hey, we need those gains because maybe we lost some gains in our portfolio. And so now we're talking about hedge funds. We're talking about money managers. We're talking about sovereign wealth. Now, all of these entities, they have to allocate capital all the time, you guys. And then so there's times when they have to switch things up. And that's how I'm saying, like, hey, if you want to be a sovereign individual and get good returns, you have to be able to notice these pivots and, and act accordingly, just like how they do, right? Responsibility is on you. And so what we can see is we have the pivot, obviously, here at the top. And so that also correlates November 2021 with the highest price for Bitcoin. And then also we have the pivot here in January 2023 of now how we've gone back to risk on. And then so same thing with even with this ratio, when do most people start to be like, okay, yeah, let's go buy tech stocks. Yeah. We're not too far away from it. We're literally 13% away from that happening to now this ratio really starting to go on this next leg up. Now, those who follow Elliott Wave, it's still applicable to certain things, this ratio being one of them. And then so this is an easy 5-wave increase here. 1 down to 2, 3 impulse, right? You have your motive, 4, and then 5. And so, this is something that we can, see happening in the future. It doesn't have to be a straight line. It may take some time, but we have a window, right? The window, same thing, December 2024, maybe sometime mid 2024 through 2026. Who knows, right? But this is something that as we continue to expand on the money supply in all these countries, this is going to funnel itself into the best performing stuff, right? When people realize it. And what do we have to thank for the turnaround? Here's another little history point, data point. Thank you to ChatGPT, OpenAI launching November 30th of 2022. Now, this is something to really think about because this was the low for the NASDAQ during that time, but especially when the NASDAQ really started to outpace consumer discretionary. And so, it's these little small little details and pivots that lets you know the reason why things are happening in the way that they're happening. And this is what we're, seeing experience Reed's law, Murphy's law squared. You see, this thing had millions of people adopted in weeks. And so there's even more stuff advanced coming out outside of ChatGPT 4 that they're expanding, which is ridiculous, you guys. So I'm not saying AI is going to take over the world, but it's making significant pace with this technology very fast. And people are adopting it similar to what people did to Bitcoin in the early days. And so now let's talk about these things here to help us really visualize and clarify how do we know if something is going to sustain itself. So same thing. We're using the same principles. These are principles that are through and through that we can continually see. We see bearish divergence. So as prices continue to ratchet up, okay, great for the people that's, hey, they're just now investing, but they're investing at a high portion in the weekly RSI, but you see this weekly RSI slowly dying, right? So tap 1, tap 2, 3, 4, kiss goodnight, boom, 5. And so, typically in a bull market, you're going to tap this 2, 3 times. This one, we tapped it 5 times. And then so on the first tap, hey, chill out, relax. It can get high on that portion of the RSI, but you don't have to necessarily be like, oh man, I got to sell 80% of my bags. You got to understand time. What has time told us, right? We're still early in this liquidity and business cycle. And so there's nothing to really be too worried about in terms of taking profit, in my opinion, due to the data that I've seen over the past 6 to 8 months. Now, we can also use the MACD. I have a whole stream talking about using the MACD effectively, a super powerful tool. But, if we kind of just go back up really quick to RSI, we have the bullish divergence, price ratcheting lower, but we have this maintaining, not going as low on the RSI, investable bottom here. And we've broken this portion here with the midline. Now, okay, you may be saying, well, what is also going to give us another, vote of confidence. Let's come look at the MACD. And then so you have a lot of this bearish momentum with price action coming down. So this midline is key. So we've talked about this before. I'll be brief. But when you get the moving averages on the bottom portion of the midline, this is when you can expect for things to stay depressed for some time. This is the window of opportunity, right? The window of opportunity is when we make this local low and then we're starting to come up. And I'm just like, yeah, that's a large standard deviation below the midline. This is when you want to think about, let me maybe start allocating capital. What do we know? June 2022, bottom for Ethereum as well. Putting these timelines together. Hey, all this stuff makes sense. Let's keep rolling. Now, as we kind of keep going, right, we kind of see as we are making a bullish divergence, this isn't coming down as low, but we have a lower price. And then so now we're on the positive side. So this is a very, very constructive, not a predictive, but a very constructive development for the tech sector in regards to it outpacing consumer discretionary. And then so now we're starting to really start to plot and build on a few weeks in a row, and this has given us probably like 2 months in a row where we're building out a lot of green candles. And then so that's what you have in a bull market. You have patches of a lot of green candles, and you have some sell-off pressure, which you're going to have that if you're going up in price, but the green is outweighing the red. But the main key thing is these moving averages are staying above the midline. That's the key. And so as long as this is staying above the midline, pressure to the downside is not going to overtake the buy pressure that's coming in, because hey, it's done its time down here. And so it may not be straight up. And then, so the thing is, what I wrote the note is, always remember the ride is never smooth, but we will get there, right? The ride is never smooth. It may be a situation where we have a transitional period where we come sideways to a little down. You know what? Maybe that may be in the cards, right? Who knows, right? Boom. But the angles, the trajectory, the liquidity coming in, that is something that doesn't stop. Hence, when we go back and look at the NASDAQ itself, it doesn't stop. We have periods where it relaxes or it goes sideways, but as long as they're printing money and we're using phones and computers and all the things that we got now, chat GPT and all this AI, yeah, this is something that we can have a lot of confidence over the next 5-10 years that trend will stay trend. And we're not talking about these small term uptrend, downtrend, uptrend. I'm talking about the long macro. We put this on the 6 month and then we can really see it. I'm talking about the long macro. Look at this thing. It's like an arrow. Literally, if we were to just make an arrow, this thing goes straight up. This a straight arrow, boom, up through the years from 1986 and on. And then so that's what you're looking in the asset class, which crypto is a part, a subsection that's not the exact same thing, but it's related to it because there's many features in the tech side of it that crypto does utilize within itself. And then so if we just go to one last thing to show you here on this chart, and then we'll move on to the next one, we'll be looking at VTI, which is the total stock market ETF. We go ahead and we put this on the monthly, and we go ahead and turn on the 12-month once again. And then just main thing, whenever you have a clear break of the 12 months, so you have a clear break here, retest and fail, a clear break, retest and up, and then it keeps bouncing, right? Break, but then, didn't get rejected. It came back, right? COVID break, but came back, break, retested and failed. Boom. Now here we're on the break. This is curling up, but now we have a lot of space in between, right? We're really starting to gain ground from this moving average. And so, like I said, hey, there may be some cause for us to maybe come sideways for a little bit of time, maybe some back end pressure on the back end of this year. We'll find out. But with that being said, we're looking for a retest. We got that retest. Hey, we have 40 years of data that tells us what happens. And so we'll leave it at that. All right, so let's go here. Let's connect this session. Boom. All right, so now we have come over to VTI. So we've looked at the tech sector. Now I want to talk about, well, how does, if we were to look with Fibonacci terms, we look at things in a a linear, no, I guess you can say a log-based scale. And we really can't understand, okay, well, where can price go? But trajectory isn't so much basically plotted out when we use just a regular fib extension, but we can use a Fibonacci fork, which I've been really loving over the past year because, it really helps us understand the same fib levels, but now with trajectory. So if y'all haven't seen this before, I've done maybe 1 or 2 streams on this, but I'll try to softly recap. So VTI, total stock market ETF. So if you take all the stocks, so not just the top 500, we're going to look at the sentiment and the structure of how the whole equities market here in the United States gets treated through time. And what we're going to use here, we're going to use this low point in 2000 after that crazy tech bubble and the rebound and then the crash from 2008. So from the pivot, what we're using is the top right before the crash, and then we're using the retest to now start to plot out the trajectory. And what we'll find is a lot of interesting things. And then so if I could zoom in and let's just kind of see here, let's see if we can come here on the big screen. That way we get a nice view. And so what we got here, I have a few circles that are kind of going to help us understand, what could happen. But when you have a secular trend, so that's exactly what this is. This is a secular trend, basically meaning, through time, this is staying intact, right? And now when we are looking at this, we have a midline. So the midline goes all the way here. We have a midline that we want to use as our mean. Basically, if we look at time, it likes to revolve around this midline quite often. And then so if you are paying attention and looking at it, we have a whole lot of time on the midline here. We come on the midline here, we go up, we come test it, retest, bounce here, hold it here, break through, right? Have a nice bullish period of time. And then we're right here on the midline, just riding up. And so it's very interesting because you're like, hey, why do things, have a certain trajectory? It's a interesting thing, but when we have these tools, we can, help us. This can really help us understand levels in the trajectory to see what are the possible options and what is likely. And so what these other little lines are, these are the Fibonacci levels. And then so they will go as follows: 0.23, 0.382. You have the golden ratio here in yellow. And then all the way out here, you have the 1.6 standard deviation. So this is like that extreme. Okay, now you're really starting to push it either to the upside or to the downside. And then so I guess we can talk about the 1.6 on the downside and then also on the upside. And then so with this fork here, what do we have? We have COVID. This is how you know COVID was an extreme opportunity and serious outlier because of this very hefty standard deviation below the mean right here, getting stopped right here in correlation to this point here, right? And then so we stop and then we go back up. Same thing as why we got a high at the +1 standard deviation here, up here back in November 2021. We revert back to the mean. But all of these touch points lets us know that this trend is still intact. Like you may be like, oh, well, trend is completely broke from this bear market. Nope. It's still intact all the way from, truthfully from 2000, but seriously, really since 2008. And so this is something applicable that we can use. Now, the time periods of say, hey, when are ideal times to invest? When do you want to be looking at the market? And you can use this trend from here on out. Truthfully, the times that, you could really take advantage of is when we start to look at these bottom portions below the mean, right? And then so that's why I have these circles here, because this was a time, you don't have to get it perfect, but this was a time where we're below the mean, this main line here in red. And so let's zoom in so we can see that just a little better. So being an investor below the mean gives you a better purchase price, right? And then so we talked about how that helps you be in profit on the time series with your investment versus someone who buys only tops or somewhere in the middle. And then so below the mean through this time, hey, these people, winners, 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 right? Below the mean during this chunk here in 2018. And then so, we have, a couple moments here, winners. And so below the mean here with COVID, obviously great opportunity. And what do we have? We were able to barely get a clip right here with the total stock market right below the mean simply for a month, right? We have 2 candles here. And so, that was the op if you were a TradFi investor. But the main thing is like, what is more probable? Do we spend more time above the mean or below the mean? If we spend more time above the mean, then yeah, you're going to have outsized returns if you're an investor below the mean. Vice versa, if you're an investor at the higher portions of this trend. And so if you're an investor, let's see if I don't have it down here. If you're an investor, right? If you coming up, grabbing, touching this 382, yeah, you're buying local tops, local top bought here, local top bought here, local top bought here, right? And then, we struggled for a little bit, then we broke it. But obviously an extreme, and this is how you know, like, how do you know if you're really out of place? And so you can do this stuff for almost anything. Is find the overall large macro trend. You just got to plot it up the right way. And then so these people, man, they're in pain, and then they're gonna have to wait a lot longer to be in profit. This is a nasty experience, and like sitting through a whole bear market sucks for anybody. And then so these are the people that like maybe come to investing for the first time, and then they think it's all a scam just because they just didn't know the timing. And we're not timing the market. Time in the market is helpful, but we can get a little bit more direct with how we allocate. And we want to allocate more, especially when we're below the mean. And so, not saying you can't allocate the way up, but just know, the risk gets higher the more standard deviations you get above the mean. And so that's all that means. Do I have anything else to say about this? That's it. We'll move on. There's a few more things that I could mention, but basically, all this is telling me, even the total stock market in the equity side of things is trending up, holding the mean, and we're not just holding this mean, for like a week or two. We've held this mean, I mean, since July of 2022, very long time, you know. And then so that should give you a confidence about like all these people like, oh, we're gonna have a whole 2008 banking crisis, all that stuff, like we're gonna get this watershed moment. It's not in the cards, from what the data is showing. Now we may have some time where we come down in price, but just if you look, because it's funny looking at it this way, because essentially while we seem like we're going sideways, it's still a bullish constructive nature with trend. And so, that's what we're really concerned about for being a long-term 4-year, 5-year, 10-year investor, 20-year investor. You want to make sure the long-term trend is going in the direction that is helpful for your bags, and basically getting a low purchase price by getting below the mean. But same things apply here. Like, you can do all the RSI stuff that we did on the other charts and all that too, if you wanted. But yeah. And then so, we have turned the corner a little bit here. Now we need follow through. And then that's the biggest thing, seeing follow through. Or what does follow through look like? Follow through is us finally. So if we take a look at this and we come and chop towards the mean, follow through really looks like us breaking past this green line. And then so this is the 0.382 going back to the upside. And then so follow through, where we say, you know what, this trend is nice and sustained, is when price at some point here in the future, anywhere along this line, it breaks this level and retests. And if you can kind of look at the trajectory, like how we have been talking about, what does that look like? It looks like it's, has the opportunity to do that, right? Somewhere near the all-time high, right? Kind of draw that triangle. Y'all see what I'm talking about, right? So all-time high right there. And then so the juncture point of something like that happening, if it continues on this trend, it may come sideways for a little bit. But either way, in 2024, It looks like there's a nice likelihood of that potentially happening, barring that we don't have a crazy black swan. We could have some dip, we could have some stagnation, but the overall trend, as long as we're holding, and staying close to this mean for a majority of the time, I'm hopeful for the trend to stay intact. Now, for example, hey, we had a little spots below this mean. All you should be thinking is, in the larger scheme of things, on the longer scale, that's the time to be investing if you were a person that's investing in this ETF. But then at the same time, probably going to correlate to crypto as well. All right. So we've talked about that. I'm going to show you guys a couple other things. Let's take a break and we'll go into the last little bit, still with the topic of, we talked about market structure. We are going to talk about liquidity just a little bit more, and then we'll call it a night. Now we've crossed. Let's go. 3 hours we've crossed. Can we make it to 4? We sure can, man. This is what it's all about. I've been averaging about maybe 4 hours of sleep since PulseChain has launched. I am not missing a beat. At the same time I'm doing this stuff, I'm not missing a beat. I'm hoping you guys aren't missing a beat either. Let's get it. Let's see here. Okay. A lot of info on that fib fork. I've never seen it used like this. Pretty cool. Cool, man. Yeah, man. Like, so different ways, like I mentioned before, different ways to evaluate and look at the same thing is going to be key. And appreciate all of you crazy intellectual people here that are still watching 3 hours and 17 minutes into the stream. If you've made it this far, you have what it takes. Most people, they maybe got 20 to 30 minutes of them in them to watch some type of information, especially information like this with a lot of data, a lot of information. But hey, man, this is what's gonna separate the average and the greats. And so, hey, I'm looking to be a great investor, not just an investor, right? So hope you are too. Any questions? If y'all have any thoughts about anything that I'm missing on PulseChain right now during this stream, like, this is the longest that I haven't looked at PulseChain, honestly, guys. Like, I check frequently. So if I missed anything going on over there, let me know in the chat. But yeah. So now the other topic of liquidity here. So I want to introduce a couple of things here. And there's a lot of stuff that is going to help us understand money flow. And like we talked about the M2 supply, but not only just for the United States, but for all of these countries are going to help. And so one thing that we can do, pretty cool. Let me see if I can grab this information here in the background and see a lot of this stuff correlating together. 1 second here. All right. Cool. And so one thing that I've been looking at is ISM. And then so this kind of helps us understand the momentum with their index. And we're going to see how the year-over-year change is going to affect some things here within liquidity. And so we have an oscillator that's going to help us out. So let me see if I can share this screen, and we'll be going into the last little tidbit of the stream. Let's get it. Man, I'm having fun. I don't know about y'all, but this is what gets me going. Like, this is what, okay. Question. So how is manipulation measured? Manipulation. Well, I would say from what I have seen, really, manipulation is a hard thing to measure. You can only just see it after it happens, right? Like, anticipating manipulation, maybe you can factor for that and not be so bullish because you are saying, hey, somebody may manipulate things. But I don't know, man. It's like something that, like, things. I don't know if you can look at leverage. Let's take a look at leverage, for example. Let's say a large entity is wanting to make some money. And so they have enough money to where they can go get some collateral and invest that collateral and do it not OTC, but on the market. So boom, first big wick. Now we have some price buildup on top of that wick, and you see some really nice candles after that too, with some follow through. Well, technically that's manipulation. They're kickstarting things, and they're probably going to be selling for the people coming in after them at a later date. So that's some type of manipulation, but that's, I guess you can say, a good manipulation with prices going up. The same thing can occur going down. Um, the Fed. The Fed is the ultimate manipulator of all of these things, because in a swift change in the interest rates, now market participants have different things to think about, and then they start making different moves because, the risk tolerance is going to be changing. That's manipulation too. So manipulation is a hard thing to measure in equilibrium with other things. Like we got the Fed being a manipulator. We have large market participants injecting liquidity in a certain way that can manipulate in a good way or in a bad way. I would just say I wouldn't be worried too much about manipulation, because there's nothing that you can do about it anyway, um, except for take advantage when prices are low. That's the biggest thing that I think any investor has to worry about, really. But that's just my opinion. Hey, let's go, Benny Blanco. Hey, appreciate you, man. So this last little part, let's kind of dive in. And this, I've showed you guys a lot of stuff in regards to net liquidity. I'm going to expand that topic here, and we're going to talk about the global liquidity, because this has a correlation that's higher than any other thing to all asset markets, crypto included. And so we'll start here talking about the ISM. So, this is the ISM year over year. And so one thing that's pretty interesting, if we are to look at this histogram, is we have the zero line here. And one thing that we can see is we have the GSI ISM that leads the ISM year over year. And so essentially the ISM is also an oscillator of global liquidity, right? Global liquidity being added and contracted. And if we were to extrapolate some of these dates, for example, right? Like even on the low point, like, so you see how this ISM, we're, low liquidity, global liquidity time periods. That's 2008 here. That's 2001, when the tech bubble was, bursting, and all the way at the bottom. We have COVID down here. The same thing, we have the time period where we are now. And then so we are just about to turn the corner. This is as of, I would say, a month ago. And so we're just about to turn this corner in white, but we have the 6-month lead for the GSI ISM that has already started to come positive above the zero line. And it's at 2.7, where, there is a little bit of distance in between the two, this being at 10.7, negative 10.7. So, this is slowly showing us that, hey, greener pastures are on the way, right? And then so same thing. Now, ISM Purchasing Managers Index. So we're going to look at the PMI for the United States ISM, right? And so, same thing. And this is as of recent, but same thing. If we go back and look at different time periods, right? 2001, 2008, but even like these little blips, right? And this is why I really, really love looking at some of these charts in particular. Let me pull up VTI one more time. So what we're looking for are these small little blips. It's easy to see how this correlation is, really leading a lot of these equities and also crypto, because a lot of these tops, right? This is early 2021 for this top here, right? If you extrapolate this here as well, you're looking at 2017 top, and then we're coming down. Those were the last two tops for Bitcoin. And so this stuff is very, very helpful with the expansion and contraction of the global liquidity. And so if we want to pull up VTI, or let's actually pull up the NASDAQ one more time, I think that one's probably going to be a little bit better to look at. These times when we're here, with low ISM, we don't stay down here for too long. And typically, what do? Boom, we reverse and we traverse back to the midline or back to the mean of where we spend the most time, which, for the most part, we spend time in between like 50 and 55 for this metric. And then so, where we are currently, this is as of today, it seems like we're slowly starting to turn over, just slowly, and heading that way. And so if we were to look at the NASDAQ, let's cherry pick just a couple. Let's cherry pick this time here in 2016. Was that a time when the NASDAQ was kind of chilling out a little bit and not being extremely bullish? Let's find out. And then so 2016, and yes. And so right here, we are bullish. ISM's coming down. All right. And we come down just a little bit with it. And then we go back up. And then we have another little blip here in December 2018. And so, right, what can we see? We have the little blip here, right, 2016. And then we're starting to come back down, blip 2018. And then we follow through with COVID in 2020. And so this stuff is plain as day to me, to see how these things really, really affect these markets. And then to let us know that, hey, we have good times ahead, because when we get to these bottom portions, they don't stay down here forever. You typically go up with pace to the other side of the metric, to these higher portions. And so, one thing that I'll bring us to is looking at, net liquidity once again. Now, we've talked about net liquidity a couple times, but we're going to go more into depth. So the net liquidity compared to, I guess you can say, the equities market with the S&P 500 has a 92% correlation basically as of currently. I've seen this correlation as high as 98 over the past 8 to 10 months. And so, this is a leading driver amongst a few other things, but this is one of the main things that every investor, doesn't matter what you're investing in, if you're investing in risk on assets, you're going to want to know these things. And then so all net liquidity is, if you guys remember, net liquidity is you take the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and then you subtract the Treasury general account plus the reverse repo market. And so what you have left is this green portion here, right? The reverse repo market here in yellow. Oh, let's see if we can get that. Let's turn that back on. So reverse repo here in yellow, the Treasury general account here in purple, and you have the S&P 500. And then so what we really can do is turn off the TGA and the RRP and just see how closely the net liquidity is following between the S&P 500. And when they say, hey, party's over, they pull the plug, they start to run off their balance sheet. But at the same time, they're also adding to the reverse repo to go and get that safe yield, and taking it out of equity markets, crypto, and all the other risk on stuff, taking back that leverage, whatever the case may be, trying to protect themselves because they might have had too much exposure. And as we are starting to figure out, not every bank could protect themselves during this time. Now we see a little bit of a divergence, but we see a little pop here on the edge, little pop of that liquidity starting to come back in net liquidity. And so that's just the basis, right? This whole thing is gonna stay, pretty correlated, at least 90% or higher for the foreseeable future. And I will let you guys know if that changes. And it's as of right now, we're looking at a net liquidity 500 or $5,435 billion. Okay. And so with the SP 500 price of almost 4,200. Now let's take this a little bit closer. Let's look at the oscillator. Oscillators are very helpful, like I was talking about before, with us knowing what is the shorter term trend with whatever metric you're looking at. So we have an oscillator for net liquidity. And so for this oscillator, we're looking at this bear market. And one thing, let's go ahead and take off net liquidity. And let's just look at the S&P 500, right? We already know it's correlated pretty high. And then so one thing that I'll say, as the S&P 500, stock market, crypto, all this stuff is coming down, right? You start to really see a lot of pops of, some deviations coming down where the net liquidity over like a month or two is really getting drained pretty heavy. And then during those times, that's when you see that the S&P is really coming down, right? And so like here, here, here. We spend a lot of time on the bottom portion of the zero line here as well. We have this uptick, this rally, and that was August of 2022. But the more constructive thing is same things. All these timelines line up, right? Once you start to peak into November of 2022, that's when the NASDAQ flipped the switch. That's when the tech sector started to seriously outpace consumer discretion. This is the same time all of the FTX stuff is really getting flushed out. Now crypto can go up. All of these same things are happening due to the conditions of the market, not due to just only bad people, not just due to, they all have to react in the same type of circumstances when money's getting drained from everywhere, right? Like, where are you gonna go when you owe somebody a whole lot and there ain't no money to go around that you can go get loans for? And so now what do we see is, now we're staying positive on this oscillator, and then we have a nice influx right here in March that's really starting to get us some distance away from the zero line. And that's what you see typically in the beginning of some of these bull markets. And so we're going to continue to track that. And so there's a lot of things that we can come and basically watch and look at. How much is the Fed's lending? And so one story, or I guess you can say newsletter, that we kind of experienced was they opened up the discount window for some of these banks that needed some assistance after them buying these long-term treasury bonds basically blew up in their face. But they didn't really have a choice at the time in 2020 due to some banking regulations that they needed to basically fill out their balance sheet. And so, really, it's not their fault, man. The Fed, look, the government here in the United States is not as clean as what you think. They know what the heck they're doing. Consolidating to less banks is something that they've had in plans for a very long time. So, with that being said, they opened up the discount window. But one thing that I'm looking at is, okay, this whole banking crisis. Everybody's talking about the banks, the banks, the banks, the banks. Yeah, we had a few that had to get released over to FDIC. And now, with that being said, this discount window, primary credit that they're offering went up. The secondary credit, and then obviously the extensions from the FDIC is what this purple portion is, and that's what's really went up a lot, and that's as of March. And then so what we want to see is banks not needing so much help, especially from the FDIC, and so seeing this trend down is a constructive look. All right. And so this is a lot of stuff in regards to U.S. liquidity. What is the Fed lending facilities doing? We can look at the reverse repo, which we talked about this. This is where large players, hedge funds, banks, we're talking about money management firms, all that kind of stuff. Now, they are saying, okay, where can we get some nice yield? And so basically how this works, there's an award rate for basically lending the treasury money overnight, and they'll basically give you a little fee for doing so. So right now that award rate is 5.05%. Basically, as long as this award rate is above the federal funds rate, then they're going to participate in this. That's why it is so key for us to have this, basically this Fed's fund rate to go down. The award rate will go down, and then at some point when we see this award rate go below the federal funds rate, and then really start to trickle below the 1 month U.S. Treasury bond. So it's already below that, but we really need to get it below that 5-year U.S. Treasury bond. When we start seeing interest rates go below that, that's going to be a key significant thing to look for. Say, okay, now liquidity is leaving these other plays. Like, these are plays for them to protect capital. They're going to start pulling money from the reverse repo, which is here in yellow. As you can see, we've been steady. This thing wasn't even like existent here in late 2020, but they started realizing what was happening in 2021 well before anyone ever started about talking about, oh, are we at the top of the market? They were slowly just exiting some capital to the safety, right? To safety, because they knew what was going to happen. And then so we want to see essentially, we really got to make sure that we get this 1 month treasury down too, but also, and that's going to mean that these bonds are somewhat going to have some value, but to do that, we got to have these interest rates go down. And so that's that. Okay. So we looked at that. Now let's look at global liquidity, and then we also have crypto liquidity as well. So let's look at the global liquidity cycle. I think this is somewhere where we'll park, we'll pause, we'll talk about a lot of stuff going on. I'll simplify it and make things plain. So we'll take off gold. We don't care about gold. We will take off the SP 500. We'll keep Bitcoin market cap. And I want to look at global liquidity on a quarterly basis and then also a yearly basis. So let's look at the quarterly first, and then we'll go with the yearly. So on a quarterly basis, this is an oscillator between all of the, the G5, like I mentioned before. We're talking about China, UK, we're talking about Japan, United States, etc., etc. These, I guess you can say, these people who are in charge of all of this stuff, they are incentivized to try to keep their economy sustained and somewhat trying to flourish. And so they have to play these games of moving liquidity back and forth simply just because we lived in this debt-based society where, when a lot of these loans get issued out and there's debt creation, and you do that too expansively, or you have different things that happen in your economy. Let's say your GDP is not tracking with other economies. And so in order to try to spark more production, you give people more money and you give out more loans. And the GDP is the metric of, us letting, or I guess you can say the GDP is the metric of us seeing how healthy economy is if you have positive quarters of GDP. And so this money movement is a big deal. And so looking at things quarterly, what we can see here in green, when you see the global liquidity only really popping off on the top side of the midline, you have a little blip on the downside, but then you start to see it really take pace for an elongated time above the midline. What do you see? You see Bitcoin's market cap in that full bull run. So boom, look at that. So Bitcoin's market cap went up 543% during that time from 2017 to early 2018. So that's really good. And that, that was the top. And then so market bottom, right? And then you see now we go below the midline and you have that blip. So you have the blip in global liquidity, then crypto follows after, boom, and then it kind of tapers off. But then you see a big influx, right? Big influx of global liquidity. Okay, crypto then recognizes, and then market cap takes off again. Same thing here. It's making lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Now we go below the midline. Now this is the market cap where we were recently. Bitcoin's market cap, reduced pretty much. It sucks, man. Every bear market sucks. But now what do we kind of find ourselves is now we have some blips on the downside, which is that bear market. We had that first impulse of us going positive on the quarterly global liquidity cycle. And so that's good. Now we blipped lower for a bit, but now we're curling back up. So that's constructive. And so that's one of the reasons why we've kind of stalled out just for a little bit, because we went negative. Everybody's like, all right, chill out for a little bit. Everyone's waiting for the Fed. Ding, ding, ding. Every country is waiting for the Fed to see if they're going to pause, because that's going to be another dynamic changer for everyone's policy, right? And so now what we are going to look for is we're going to look at what are things happening on the larger scale, because this is really going to help us see the real pivots that we need to see. So basically, now this really helps us see, hey, when there's expansion of global liquidity, boom, things are going pretty good. Bitcoin, figuring itself out, then pops off, right? When you see this start to expand, Bitcoin expands. And then this one really plots out 2019 a lot better, right? Where you see now this starts to expand with global liquidity, boom. And then now you see, Bitcoin really start to, take itself up and then drop back down, right? And then same thing. Then there's a huge influx with COVID of liquidity, and then Same thing, expansion with the market cap of Bitcoin. Liquidity starts to get drawn down, then Bitcoin tops a little bit later. And so Bitcoin is following this, right? Like this is another shorty thing that's showing us Bitcoin is in line with all of this stuff that we've been talking about here. And so now where do we find ourselves? We've come now, what I looked at, I'm looking at this in this way here. If you notice, the global liquidity never went below this zero line here until, right? So we did a little bit in early or late 2015, but since then we've been above it, even with COVID, right? Even with COVID and right before COVID, we were, close, but we didn't go below it. So when I look at opportunity, I look at what we had, right? So we had this from August of 2022. What does that line up with? August, right? Very similar. And it's really starting to get low right here. May, June, 2022. Low for what? NASDAQ. Or no, I'm sorry, not low for NASDAQ, low for Ethereum. NASDAQ during this time is really, really starting to get depressed down, then switches back up in November, alongside with some other things. But these things all line up, and then same thing, low for market capitalization for Bitcoin all through this time as well. But this period, man, this being negative in global liquidity is a golden opportunity that's even better than the investment opportunity in the aspect of global liquidity compared to COVID. And so now where do we find ourselves, which is pretty dang cool? We find ourselves just now, right? Global liquidity, boom, now just crossing the midline. We're kind of going a little sideways, but this is something that we're going to want to track. And when we start to see it get to 7, 10, 13%, oh, scream hallelujah, because now we're in bull mode, and this is what we want to see. And then so if we kind of go back home, right, the time periods, when we start hitting those metrics, so 7, right, we got up to 7 here. Okay, cool. Came back down, 7, cool. Got to 10. All right. Once we cross 7, we're good. Then things are getting going to 10. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, just like a soft idea. If I start to see, and what's going to confirm to me that, okay, now we're in bull mode. So we go back to Ethereum and look at that time data series. And now we have a green section, and then we extrapolate. Okay, now how long will we be in bull mode? Right? There's a rotation, right? These 4 years or 3.5 year type, movements of liquidity are cyclical, very cyclical. And so, that's something to look at. Now we can look at the global credit growth as well. So now let's just look at the 1 year global credit growth in correlation to the S&P 500. And so this oscillator is the S&P 500 expanding and contracting as well. So same thing, right? You see the credit being less, I guess you can say, what's the word I'm looking for? We're not extending credit. All these banks and all these, I guess you can say, people who can issue credit, which are shadow banks as well. When they aren't issuing any credit, there's no growth in that sector. Yeah, S&P is gonna struggle. So 2008, then they expand, right? So now we go above the midline of the oscillator. Then they come, S&P comes back up, and we spend some time with good credit conditions, right? And then we have some time where credit is coming back into a tricky spot. S&P follows. Then we go back into good credit conditions all through 2017 and 18. And right, let's get some dates lined out. Credit at the top, and then gets drained very quickly. And that's at the end of 2017 going into 2018. That lines up with the Bitcoin top. All right. Yep. That makes sense. And then so now we continue to see, okay, credit get nice and thin, not so much going on. And then now you see, okay, cool, credit start to expand and grow. And then same thing here, right? Credit really starting to, oh snap. Yep. Credit not doing so great. And this is, here in 2021. And then now we come back up or come back down. I'm sorry. And then so credit conditions currently still not above the zero line. And then so this is another thing that's also letting me know, hey, we're still in transition mode, right? Credit is not being extended out. That means people can't get levered up as much. And leverage is what really pushes these bull markets to those crazy highs. And then so we'll be watching that here in the near future to just kind of make sure we see where that's going. But the S&P 500 is basically responding very favorably compared to credit conditions. And so that's actually something interesting to see. So we went through there. Money supply globally. Let's look at that. Just so we can get the gist of where all this money is going and the craziness of how this all works. So we have the S&P 500 and Bitcoin on the same chart with the global money supply. Now, what do we see here? So far, global money supply to date, we have just under $100 trillion in global circulating money supply. Now, the interesting thing is, same thing. There's a reason, like I said, showed over and over again with the NASDAQ, with SP 500, with Bitcoin, with any asset that has scarcity to it and have adoption and have good rapport with people. This is going to be something that's going to track with the money supply. So those are the things that you're looking for supply demand dynamics that are in your favor. And then what do you want to do? You want to buy those low portions. And we know how to do that. We've been talking about that for months. Now, this is pretty interesting because this is all tracking together. And then so the more expanding with the money supply, the more this stuff is just going to keep going up with that same. So if we were to put a Fibonacci pitchfork on this, what do we know? What can we extrapolate? Knowing what we know now, we are able to tell that the basic macro trend, even with all of these bear markets, all these dips, COVID, all this other junk, markets are still in its bullish trend long term. And this ain't even long term. We're literally just going back to 2015, 8 years. And so if you can stick around literally for 5, 8, 10 years, you have an experience where you can experience something like this, right? Whether you're an investor in the S&P 500, but preferably, crypto, right? Because crypto is going to track alongside with Bitcoin. And then so this is like this right here. If I just talked about this chart, for every other stream until 2025, it's literally going to map out what's going on in the market because this correlation is so high, you cannot ignore it. And so, why do we have these influxes, right? Where we have this influx here in November, same thing for Bitcoin here in December, all this kind of stuff. Boom, right here, November 2008, you see global liquidity, boop, pop up, go from what we got from 95 trillion to 100 trillion. Now we came back down, so we're chilling, we're relaxing, right? And then so what I'm seeing, the S&P 500 is a little rich because it's going up. Bitcoin is curling over with global liquidity. And so ding, 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 you're buying a local top, S&P 500 buyers. Anyways, so that's that. But basically, if we go ahead and read this, the money supply chart shows an aggregate of liquidity from all the major economies present in the money supply. The expansion of global liquidity is strongly correlated to the growth trends in both U.S. market and in Bitcoin market capitalization. And then the best part about it, if you want, which, I've been doing here for a bit, just to go ahead and tracking on the daily basis what the expansion is looking like, and just trying to see, okay, well, where are we headed? Even on a daily basis, you can get that tight with your assessment. And so last thing, we'll stop here and we'll talk about, we can talk about stablecoin supply ratio. And now these are things to think about when, when we have stable coins. What are the use of stable coins? Stable coins are a flight to safety. Stable coins are what links different chains between each other. We need some type of USD value to, give us extraction value to the real world. And stable coins are our vehicle to do that. And then so there's periods of times where we have a lot of stable coins that are sitting, and then we have times where those stable coins are being enacted and invested into assets within crypto. And so the interesting thing, let's go ahead and read what they have here. So the stablecoin supply ratio chart is an important tool for understanding the relative strength of Bitcoin compared to the stablecoin market capitalization. In this chart, the SSR is represented as an oscillator, which shows the deviation from the mean of the SSR. The SSR is calculated by dividing the market capitalization of Bitcoin by the market capitalization of all stablecoins. You can learn more about the interpretation of SSR. They have a link. The oscillator works by calculating the difference between the current SSR value and the simple moving average on a 90-day SMA of the SSR, and taking into account the distance between the SSR and the Bollinger Bands on its second standard deviation. This oscillator provides more visual representation, allowing for an easier interpretation of the trend in stablecoin market cap or market and its impact on the Bitcoin market. So that was a jumble. To put it in, I guess you can say in shorter terms, we have, stable coins that, come in and come out, right? And then so when they're enacted and they're above this zero line, Bitcoin's market cap tends to start to be going higher. Inversely, when we go below the zero line, that's when Bitcoin's not doing so hot. So what we want to see is we want to see us stand above the midline, but hopefully making higher highs as we traverse higher within the timeline for crypto and liquidity. And so we're seeing liquidity start to tick up with the ISM. We're starting to see some of these, I guess you can say, global macro type liquidity trends also starting to have some strength compared to not even 6 months ago. And we're seeing that in the prices of everything today. The reserve balances, we all know that, they're all going down on the centralized exchanges. On-chain stablecoin supply liquidity. And then so this is something that I'm going to be, really, really watching, because when we are basically going through and we're looking at the three different portions, or we're looking at the algorithmic stablecoins, the crypto over collateralized stablecoins, and then the fiat collateralized stablecoins, these are the ones that we want to watch. So we can skip the other two. This is basically USDC, DAI, USDT as well. And so what do you notice, right? Because, since we have these dates memorized pretty dang well, when you start to see this stuff expand, so all these stable coins really starting to, come into the supply and being used, now we see these are normally doing the uptrend. Now we have an experience where we get to late November and these stable coins are still somewhat in the uptrend, but then they finally get it once February hits. They're like, oh snap, now we are in a bear market. And this is like what I said before, that people treat the stable coins as a rush to safety, right? And so the use of stable coins going into assets starts to taper off. And then so one thing that I'm be looking for is us to start turn and go back up with the fiat collateralized stable coins. And so right now we have 73.84 billion on chain that we can see. And so, this is all stuff to look at. Let's see. And this has something to do with leverage within the system. And then so this one's pretty cool. So now we're looking at Ethereum's price here in blue. So Ethereum's price here in blue. And then we have the compound loan. So now we're going to be looking at these decentralized places to where you can get collateral for your asset. So you have Compound, you have Maker, DAO, and then you have Aave. And then so, we're going to be looking at Maker being the largest out of, Compound is the largest out of these three. And what we are finding is, these loans outstanding are going down. This is actually a good thing because we need to reboot this, but this is also letting us know that, hey, there's not more leverage that's being lent out to where people can do this, right? Or it's not in their favor. And then so we need a reboot of this to come all the way down, the leverage being drained. Hence, that's why the bear market happens. And then so, this is nice. This coming to a very low level comparable to early 2021 before things were really taking off at extreme pace. And so what we're also going to be looking for through time is once we start to go sideways with these things here, we're going to want to start to see this start to bubble back up. And that's typically going to happen when getting, I guess you can say, being able to issue money out or any type of leverage out at a more favorable rate. That's going to help with these metrics starting to go back up and people taking more leverage, which is going to push up price as well. Because as you can see, price is correlated with the amount of leverage in the system. So that's it on that. There's some other tidbits here, but maybe we can trek through that on another stream. Anything else? Let's go back. Let's check Pulse. Last little update. What we got? Pulse here at 3 zeros and a 2. Yeah, I might have to go buy some real quick. See if we can get this to load. Three zeros and a 2 right here at the point of control. Yeah, I'm looking at that as being somewhere where we're going to have to make a decision. Let's put this on the regular candles. All right. Let's see here. Trend broken. Let's do this. Okay. So this is showing me a couple of things here because this is like, okay, we have structure from this point on. Now we went in, we've tapped. And so this is kind of reminding me of looking at Bitcoin from, I guess you can say, when we're heading down in 2021, early 2021, down to like that summer low. We had a crazy wick early on. And then this is where we found the bottom with a few additional wicks. That's what that looks like. That's what that reminds me of. But this is also coming down to the golden ratio. Yeah, if you can catch a wick here, that would be a solid DCA, especially after it being in this trend for a considerable amount of time and breaking trend. That would be a nice first DCA. And if we were to come lower, then you proceed like wise. That's what I'm thinking for myself. Anything else I want to look at? No, I'll leave it at that. Okay, well, yeah, a lot of sauce, a lot of things to think about. Watch this stream back later. If you're watching on the replay and you made it this far, you're a real one. And yeah, y'all, that's it. So right here, right on time, we got 1 minute left to make it to 4 hours. Let's address the chats. And if anybody has any questions, let's get them in. But if not, then I'll be winding down. We got the faithful that were able to sit through all of that carnage of information. We just killed it. But all this stuff lets you know where we stand. We stand in a great place. The rest of 2023 is going to be slow and transitional and progressive. Expect some things to start to kick up in and towards the halvening ETA less than 1 year. Cool, fire. Sitting here and taking the time actually listen has helped me understand the markets and my investments so much more. Hey, thanks for the stream, bro. Hey, I appreciate you for the compliment. Like I said, if you guys haven't subscribed, really consider. I put a lot of time into putting this info here for you guys to digest, but this is what's going to give you that edge. Everyone talks about edge, but this is the sauce that you'll be able to drip on everybody else as you run your way to the bank while they still trying to figure things out, Okay. Well, if y'all don't have anything, we've made it. Like, subscribe. If you want to be generous, there is a wallet address that you can donate to. I might have to upgrade my Wi-Fi, so I need a little help doing that. Little running joke that I got. But hey, bless you guys. Thank you guys for watching. And, I'll talk to you guys here hopefully in the next maybe 2 or 3 weeks. Peace.